Parchure. I quote, Shri Vishwas Parchure is a science graduate for Ferguson College, Pune. He has trained organizations in Northern Ireland, Middle East, and South Africa for 12 years. He offers training in the application of experimental methodology through his Experimental Leadership Institute. He covers organization, leadership, teaming, managing conflicts, consulting skills, and collaborative leadership. Institute skill building for teachers, community workers, and youth and NGOs. He has facilitated learning through fun, intrinsic motivation, and empowerment of adult teachers and child learners across 32 years. His experimental methodology spans leadership learning for senior leadership teams of IT and engineering companies, NGOs and global youth groups, team building for organization, school leadership, rural communities, and global youth groups, teachers in service trainings in rural and urban schools, outdoor and adventure leadership training, team building, peace building in communities, learning expedition for the classrooms, 1-year diploma in experimental education for teachers and outdoor educator since July 2011 in Pune, Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Delhi, and many more. Shri Vaishno Vidyapit Vishwavidyalaya Indore is privileged to present this citation to Shri Vishwas Parchure for gracing the 52nd Annual Conference of International Simulation and Gaming Association ISAGA 2021 as keynote speaker on September 8, 2021, unquote.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Honorable Chancellor of the University, Shri Purushottam Das Pasari, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Upinder Dhar, to present the citation to Shri Parchure. Thank you, sir. I now request and invite Shri Vishwas Parchure, Director, Experiential Learning Institute, Pune, India, for the keynote address.
Thank you. I have to say at the beginning that most of my methodologies are, the word is experiential. I noticed that the word experimental was used, and I believe that they're kind of similar. But I think the education industry is now beginning to look at the experiential methodology in a more serious way. I come from a background of, I actually came into this field from adventure and education. So a lot of my life has been spent in the outdoors. And it was when I discovered that big experiences in the outdoors affected the way people looked at themselves and looked at their relationships with people. I began to look at it a little more closely, and that's how I got into this field. A lot of my work has been done in the context of children and education and adult education. So what I'm going to bring up today is really create a possibility where we can look at what we do from the point of view of the learner. And I'm aware that the simulation and gaming world, as I've understood it, is a little different from the gaming world that I've been involved with. Most of my gaming world has been in the context of in-person activities, adventure, outdoors, problem solving. So it's immensely possible that the context will be a little different, but I believe that any education imparted to an audience, the final intention is for them to be able to take it into their lives. So that's really going to be my context. Please excuse me for a second. There's a construction going on next door and I need to close my windows. So just a second. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to use a presentation to talk you through this topic that I've chosen to speak on. So the first, when Dr. Vinod invited me to do this, I said, wow, simulation, the whole word, the word means very different things to different people, as most words do. And so I decided to look at the dictionary and find out what's the origin of the word. It was interesting to see what it said, that it's a pretend, it's an assume, that you assume certain things, and it's a world of pretense or imitation. It also represents something that something different. So simulate, sim comes from the word similarity or same as, and to simulate means to create an alternate space where people experience something and they bring it back into their real lives. So at some point in time, I might be able to, I'll be differentiating between these two things. I just want to talk about a little about where we are currently in the education industry. And looking at your website and the work ISAGA has been doing, I noticed that there's a lot that has to do with in the field of education and learning. So I think the word is learning. So I'm just going to I'm going to share with you what I call my perspective of where I think the education industry is. Well, we have this, this period of time that we call schooling. And while in India, it largely means schooling means up to the 12th grade, I believe in the West, schooling includes that entire stage of going to university and so on. So let's just look at, so I'm going to imply the entire period of time that we spend in studying something as the schooling stage. By and large, the schooling stage is a place where we collect knowledge. Now, some of this is going to sound very superfluous and simple and almost stupid, and you're likely to say, so what? What do we know about this? But I'm just going to give it a little context so it makes sense when I talk about the piece on transfer. And then we're supposed to go out into the world and face the struggles and triumphs of living, of experiencing life. And then we hope that in the end that we will, we'll be satisfied and we'll be happy and we'll die happy. But now here's the thing, that most of schooling is a delivery of content, information, and it's passed down, and the intent is great. The intent is for us to be able to apply it into our lives. And I think there's a vacuum there. And then we encounter this thing called a concept, and then people are saying that, hey, you know what, we need to teach concepts. They need to understand the concept. We'll deliver content, but they need to understand the concept. And the concept are basically principles and ideas behind how things function. And hopefully it will help us understand our world. The third piece that's often used is context. Now, a lot of what's delivered, the information delivered in an education system, is content and concepts that really are not connected to the contexts of the audience. And I think that's probably the weakest link. Here's the other piece, that the entire piece that we spend schooling is separated from the humanity that attends it, which is sensing, feeling, aspirations, wanting to become something, wanting to be something, and that sense of belonging. And I find that extremely strange because Now we're looking at individuals and we're hoping that they'll be warriors in their lives just through the act of receiving content. So if the purpose of education is to have richer experiences, then I just think that schooling needs to be a lot more interdisciplinary. So we tend to separate life into physics, chemistry, maths, history, geography, and so on. It needs to be community based, which means that we need to do stuff together, not just as individuals in a classroom, but the methodology itself needs to inculcate a sense of community. And I think it needs to be driven by curiosity and exploration. Everything that is delivered in a classroom today can be, Google God is there. We don't need teachers anymore to deliver content. So then what's the difference? What can teachers or educators really do? And I think somewhere as educators, we need to bring about this sense of curiosity and exploration into our methodology. And if we were able to do that, then I think we're more likely to die satisfied and happy. Okay, so for many years I've been delivering content and using the experiential methodology. And while activities and so on are immensely powerful, I've over the years I've found that I was doing things that were isolated in themselves. So a group of, let's say, corporate executives came to me for a period of 2 or 3 days in the outdoors, and we had a great time. They learned a lot, but for some reason there was something missing. And that missing piece over the years I find is probably the hardest piece to manage in the learning process. And so the irony of it is that they come to learn something, but I have no idea as to who they are before they come, and I have no idea what their background is or where they function and how they function. I encounter them for a period of time in what is referred to as training, and then they go off and they're supposed to apply some of that stuff back into their workplace. And the constant question being asked by HR people is, what's the return? We're paying you so much. What's the return on investment? And I finally came to this place where I said, hey, you know what? There's no guarantee. And I don't know if there's any system, any education system that can really guarantee whether somebody has learned something or not. So why is that so? And I began to think that maybe we were missing a huge piece in that entire string of things that we do in our schooling. So before I launch into the actual stuff, I just want to make some assumptions here. And these are my assumptions that the context and the conversation of this conversation is designing games and simulations with learning something in mind. Because my world of simulation or my understanding of it earlier had a lot to do with, those PS4 games and so on. Those are also simulations. And my kids have played them. They've killed each other and they've killed everybody else in the process. And that's a simulation, and it's brilliant work when you look at it and when I see them playing it. But my context here is going to be, okay, so what can we, is there something to learn from that visual presentation of the games? The second piece is that the intent in most of what we do is to get our audiences to be able to differentiate and make connections. So there are two elements to this. One is and make connections between the simulated and the real world. So what's the difference between a simulation and the real world, and what is the similarity, or what connections can I make from my simulated experience of something? And the third assumption is that in everything that we do, that there's an element of play, fun, and joy involved. So it's what we often use in, play serious business. So I'm just going to take it from there. These are my assumptions. So what is transfer of learning? So um, I like to use metaphors. So my metaphor for this one is a river. And as learners, when we are in that learning phase, we are on one bank of the river. And on that one bank is where we receive all the stuff that we're supposed to be able to use or somebody thinks is important for us. And so we go to school, we learn skills, we pick up information, imparted knowledge, and this can be done in many different ways. So whether it's the classroom or the outdoors, what we're essentially doing is learning a lot of theory. Now, the whole point in life is to get across that river. And on the other side of that river, so we can finish our degree or our education and come to a place where, we're not ready for what the world is going to throw at us. And that's true if you talk to industry. When they recruit people, it's almost like they have to train them all over again. And one of the reasons is that there seems to be a big gap between what the education industry is producing or delivering and what the industry, the work industry really wants. Now, this gap, how do we, and there's a big river flowing in between. And very often, when we finish our college or our education, we come to this place where we say, wow, you know what? I don't know. Where am I? Where's the other bank? What should I do to go across? So here are some questions that I want to raise at this point in time. So the word activity I'm using through my presentation as what we do from our end. We create an experience. So I want to differentiate between activity and experience at this point in time. The activity is what we present to our audiences, and the experience is what the participant takes away. And there is no way we have control over their experience because it's something that goes on within them. They create it for themselves. And this, and we're trying to constantly deliver or design activities that will deliver larger, bigger, more powerful experiences for our audience. So I'm going to use that word activity for what we do, the simulations and the games. Do we know what the activity is for? What is on the other bank for them? Because eventually they got to cross that river of life, that flow of time from the moment they finish their education to the point that they become successful, whatever that means in their own eyes in industry. And third piece is, so from our end, how can we make their activity, what they experience, actually the activity meaningful? Because then when they land up in institutions and organizations, you don't have a whole bunch of question marks, which is by and large true as to this kid's wondering, what am I supposed to do? And these guys are saying, what is this person worth? And there's a lot of question marks. So here are a few pointers about what could be done in that flow of the river as they enter the waters. And just remember that this kid, this is on the raft, the river is flowing, and they've got to navigate a way to get to the other bank. That's the ultimate intention. And which means that we can, it's not as if it's a straight line from one bank to the other. It's usually along the flow of the river, and over time, something begins to happen. And here are some things that could be done if we wanted to make the experiences that we create for our audiences more meaningful. One is create opportunities for them to be able to apply what they do. Very often, I don't know, in different cultures, it's a little different, but I know that sometimes we make it really hard for kids to be able to practice what they're learning in school. And it's almost as though the lesson is that life's going to be hard, and therefore you better rise to the occasion. I think, I don't know, I just feel that that's just a terrible way of going about it. A nicer way is to enable young people who've just been delivered a whole bunch of stuff, like you're being delivered a 45-minute lecture today. You're being delivered a whole lot of stuff, and hopefully you'll find some meaning for it in your lives. So, how do we make it easy for them to be able to apply what they think they've learned? The other piece is encouragement and people support. Very often, there's this relationship between the teacher and the student, instead of being supportive and friendly, is almost adversarial. So, something to look at. And can we offer them resources for them to be able to put that, apply what they're learning into their own lives? These are just 4 things. There was a long list, but I've reduced that number. And then if that works, then it might be possible for them to be able to apply what they have learned in their lives, and you will get improved performance, and you will have an evidence of change in behavior and practice of whatever it is that they're applying in their workplace. So this is the basic premise. The transfer is getting from one bank of the river to the other. And you can see my mouse right now. Now, the journey is never like this, like I was saying. The journey along the river, and who knows where I'm going to reach the other bank. And I'm guessing that there are many of us who, at the age of, they call it those difficult 40s, you reach that age and you say, my God, what have I been doing all this time? And what has really been happening is this person's been flowing along and saying, oh, finally at 40, 45, 50, they say, now I know what I really want to do. And I think in some ways that's great, because what they're really doing is bumbling along this bank and kind of jumping in and out of that river. And it's an experience in itself. So some of us have bald heads and gray beards, and I'm guessing that the struggle is a little less at that point in time. But I know that it almost feels like I started my life at 40. So just a thought that what would it look like if we made it a little easier? So what are some definitions of transfer? Okay. So there's the simulated world, or the world that we create in a classroom, and the real world, and how do we bridge that gap? And if we can take one skill from one place to another, that's what it's likely to mean. For some of these slides, I'm going to go a little fast. If you feel like you want this presentation later, I can make it available. So pardon me, but I have only 20 minutes to go, as I understand it. So I just want to get to the crux of it. So these are some valid questions. How do we know somebody has learned something? Is there a point in time? Is there a continuum? So is stuff being applied over a period of life? And these are all very, very valid questions. And how much is being transferred? And all these questions that we raise affect the way we look at how transfer could happen. So I want to refer to 3 types of transfer, and I think all these 3 types are valid, whether in, in the industry that I'm in, gaming and outdoors and adventure, or simulation, that we're trying to do some very, very specific things. So I want to differentiate between 3 types of transfer. So specific transfer is when you learn a skill, and the place you're going to apply it is going to be similar to where you learned it. So if you're learning knots, then that can be applied. Whether you are learning it in sailing or rock climbing, it's similar. You could be carrying logs or weight on your back if you climb hills, and it could be equated to carrying that kind of weight on a trek, let's say. I know this, I don't think my teachers knew it, but when I learned art, it helped me draw much better figures in biology. And the thing is, they never made the connection for me. I made that connection after 40, that there's a reason why we learn certain things, but what's the point in learning it 25, 30, 40 years later? Is there is there a way of being able to get that connection made faster? So that's specific transfer. You got non-specific transfer, where you're learning the general principles of something to apply them in a different situation. So an examples would be, I just love looking at the screen because I can see that some of you are enjoying my cartoons. I've tried to thank you, Dr. Elizabeth. So examples are finding new ways to solve a problem in the classroom that can be used in other situations. Now, tragically, I have no idea why we learn maths because they never told me what math was for. The connections that were necessary, the context that could have been built was never built. They just said, hey, you know what, you'll find it fun later. I've never used algebra since. I've never used calculus since, and very rarely used geometry. The only thing that I really learned were the four functions. Anyway, so, and then there's behavioral stuff, which is trust developed by belaying. Belaying is an act in rappelling, which is going, the crazy things that adventurers do. No idea why people do it. Some people say, why do you put your lives to risk? But you know what? There's a reason. And one of the reasons is that you're tied into two ropes and you're going down this rock cliff, maybe 100 feet. And the ability to build trust in that experience helps us look at how we build trust in other relationships. Anything, in fact, that involves risk. Okay. And the third piece of transfer, which is possibly a lot more relevant in the simulation world, is the metaphoric transfer, because almost all gaming and simulation, as I understand it, is about being able to learn something that can be applied in organizations or wherever, right? So the metaphoric transfer is a tool for facilitation. Let's just remember this. By itself, it has very little meaning. It definitely needs to be facilitated for connections to be made. So we can present a simulation as a workflow project, but unless those connections are made back in the workplace for the participants, it just looks like another activity. So a metaphoric transfer is really drawing parallels between two learning environments. One is the environment that we create or they experience the simulation, and the other is where they're going to apply it. And the power lies in the similarity between the activity and a real life experience. So greater the similarity, stronger the connection. There's a whole bunch of stories I could have told you, but I just want to share some concepts here and then give you opportunity to be able to look at it later. So very clearly differentiating it. When we look at the facilitative piece as to how do we differentiate it, if the activity was carrying a heavy backpack in specific transfer, you're trying to make connections between similarity, the same thing, that you're going to carry a backpack here. Where do you think this can be used? Non-specific transfer would be, what else is there to be learned from carrying a backpack? And metaphoric transfer would be, what is this similar to? And all these reflective questions and the connections are really, we help the participants make the connections by asking short, sharp questions. Okay. So any simulation is a journey, and there's a beginning, there's the journey itself, and there's the end. I'm going to break this up into these three little pieces. These are the critical things that we really need to look at as designers and executors of simulations. Who are our participants? Where do they come from? Is it relevant? Is what we're doing relevant to their background? Is it their need or a perceived need by an adult somewhere there? Why do they need to transfer any of those skills? Are there any risks perceived in the transfer? So I know that there was a time when I did some teacher training, and by the second day of a 3-day workshop, they went and spoke to the director of the institute, and they said, "Hey, you know what? We'd like to introduce some of these methods." And he called me and he gave me a good sounding, and he said, "You know what you're doing? You are creating mutiny." And he wasn't very happy with it. And the beauty of it, so what did it tell me? What happened was they wanted to transfer what they had learned, and there was huge risk involved in their being able to do it because the institution did not like it. So just something to think about is what can we do before to make transfer more possible? So in that journey, let's just dive into the bus and look at, okay, what participants might be thinking. There's certainly a big piece in the whole game. And here's a bunch of questions that we usually look at. I'm going to give you like 10 seconds to look at it. I apologize, but this time constraint is, so I'm just going to push it on. Do I have your permission to do that? I will make this available. Thank you. I apologize for this. So I've tried to make it as graphic, as simulated as possible by staying in the bus. So here's a method that's beautiful in scaffolding that commitment to change. And so think of climbing a bunch of steps. And as we go higher, we know it's a harder fall, which essentially means that there's increasing risk of a failure to transfer. So knowing where they come from, what their driving force is a big piece. Offering choices is critical because then it becomes theirs. But if we just say, this is what you're supposed to do, then it, the charm is lost. Then how do we stay on track? How do we help them stay on track? And so we build norms into the process. And then, of course, that big question being asked even before the experience has begun or the activity has begun is, how will you know you've learned anything at all? And this is, metaphoric frames are beautiful in being able to do that because metaphoric frames create visuals for participants. And then when we facilitate, when we debrief the experience, we can make those connections. Okay. So these are just some things that you could do before attempting the task. Get them to consider possible solutions, assumptions, and consequences for each act. Ask them what they might possibly learn from what they will do next. So you're preempting the thing. In processing skills, this is called a front load, where you ask them all the questions to get them to consider, or you front load the reflection before the activity. So now we've already talked about it, and then when it actually happens, immensely possible that they can make the connections. So the second piece is during the experience. Very often we step back, but whether there's some way of introducing little ways in which we can ask them, we can do some check-ins, reminders about why we are doing this. And something happens and you raise a little red flag and say what just happened. It does not need to go into a long debrief, but it just kind of puts a red flag and says, something happened at that moment, which maybe I didn't recognize, but somebody else did. So you're constantly creating an awareness and a consciousness of what is going on. It's not just an activity for an activity's sake. And as we do that, let's just remember not to take the fun out of it. In this world of adventure and gaming, there's this beautiful adage, and we use the word fun, spelled F-U-N-N, and it stands for, there's a whole bunch of things for which functional understanding not necessary. So we do a lot of that fun stuff, and it's critical because, not everything needs to be serious. So that journey of the experience, I just wanted to share with you something that's really critical and for us to understand where we do have control and where we don't have control. I have 11 minutes, is that right, sir? Yeah, okay. So influences on transfer. I'll just quickly dive into this. Like I said, I'm going to give you the stuff. One is there's a whole bunch of people, experiencing what we're doing. So who's the trainee, who's the student, who's the gamer, who's the participant? And we don't know who they are. We don't often know where they're at in their cognitive ability, what personality they're bringing, whether they see perceived utility and the relevance of the simulation. The second piece is the training design, which is what we do. And the third piece is the application environment. Where are they going to use that skill? So there's some depth to this content, but I just want to quickly put a red flag and say, hey, you know what? We have no control over those two. And sometimes our design thinking or the way we think design is hugely affected by believing that we have control over trainees and their environment. So just something to consider, that what we really have control over is really only this. And the sharper we can get with working in this stage of that entire activity or experience, I think the better we will be at doing stuff. Okay. I'm just going to run through some of this. Just take a look at it. So this whole transfer thing is really about what we do as to when we design something, let's ask ourselves a lot of questions. And in fact, maybe even confuse ourselves to a point where we rethink, re-begin, because in the end, it's for somebody else. But some key things: provide opportunities for knowledge to be used in multiple contexts. Sometimes we get so sharp with applications that it addresses a very small audience. And the other piece is constantly create context. If people can't make connections between what the activity they're going through and their own lives, then I think we've lost something. It's not the end. In India, we have this thing called chai time. After you finish class, you walk down to the nearest joint and you have a cup of tea together. And sometimes most of the learning happens during that cup of tea. So post-activity considerations. And these are some questions that we can ask because they're relevant, because they affect, it's like a loop. Some of this stuff affects the way we think of stuff and design stuff. So how will I know if they're still motivated? And how can I then keep them there? Where are they going to practice their learning? Do they have any support in wherever they're going to practice it? There's always a threat. And the threat could be as simple as somebody saying, hey, okay, you know what? I know you've done this, now get back to work. So as simple as that. Do they have any time to put learning into practice? A lot of corporate training fails primarily because of this, that the training that they go through is given often in a season where it's kind of, they're kind of easy and they don't have much to do. But the danger is that the potential of offering them opportunity to practice comes only 6 months later. And what's the point? So just, when are they going to be given those opportunities? What do we know that will assure failure to transfer? And you'll notice how it's been framed, that just be assured that there's something that's definitely going to assure failure to transfer, and to be able to see if we can work with some of that. So at the end of chai time, and I just thought I'd put some of these things out here, that might be applicable, that you can walk away with. and ask yourself, is there purpose behind what you're doing? Does your audience know what the purpose behind the experience is? And is there a reason that we keep it a secret? A lot of stuff is kept secret from learning audiences because we believe that it'll take away from the experience. Well, research in learning and all that has shown that when people know what they're in for, they're more likely to pay a little more attention to it. So can we share some of that stuff? What do they have? What do they have to gain? I know we gain a lot by, having fun designing simulations and games, but what do they have to gain? Is the similarity between the simulation and reality existent? Is it close? Is it far? Pay attention to context. Who are they? Where are they? How are they doing? Are you doing enough to invite reflection? So in the adventure world, some of this, people always believe that the experience was the most powerful thing. And I think the adage that they used was, let the mountains speak for themselves. Which means that you take people into the mountains, give them an activity, give them a really powerful experience. The mountain is going to speak to them. But is that enough, is the question. Thank you so much for listening to me. I hope you enjoyed it. And if you, I can make this available. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words of wisdom. With this, we come to the end of the keynote session. I thank Shri Vishwas Patpuri for interesting and informative address. Sir, it would be a great pleasure for us to listen to you again in our future events. I thank all the dignitaries, panelists, and participants who joined us for the keynote session. I request all of you, please join us again for the plenary session after a comfort break of 5 minutes. Thanks to one and all.
Thank you, Vishwas. That was very nice. We covered a number of aspects, went deep, went broad, took us to the future.
Thank you, Dr. Vinod.
Thank you, sir. I hope you'll join us some other time. Okay.
Sorry, say that again.
I hope you join us some other time, some other day.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Sir. Bye.
Bye, sir. Thank you. Madam, okay. Oh, good. Thomas, good morning. Do you have a PowerPoint to show?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to test it quickly? Hello, Karen, are you there somewhere?
Yes, I am.
We have a PowerPoint.
Yes, I do.
Probably just after Thomas does his. Maybe you
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm ready to go.
Very good. Good to see you.
Good. I'll turn camera on in a moment. I'm just putting my backgrounds on.
I think we should start with Thomas, who should lead the show, unless the reporter, Dr. Namrata Jain, has a different line of succession. Thomas first, Karen next, and then perhaps Elena. Elena, are you there? Hello. Are you? Elena? Oh, she's not there. You have 25 minutes each. Thomas, Karen, Elena, are you there? You're not there. Okay. Thomas, Karen, you have 25 minutes each to present. So
Wonderful.
may I ring this bell how many minutes before? Would you like
Yes,
5
please.
minutes? 5 minutes or before? 1 minute before?
5 minutes. Or 3 minutes. 3 minutes if you give me 3 minutes.
3 minutes for 1 minute. Let me take your order.
Yeah,
Thank
3
you.
minutes sounds fine.
Thomas, how many minutes?
3 minutes is fine. I'm trying to speak probably a lot shorter in order to leave more room for direct questions because
Okay.
it may happen that I have to leave early.
Oh, I wish you would be there because some of the questions will hang on till the end. That's why.
Yeah.
I think I saw Elena's missing somewhere. Okay, Elena's there. Dr. Dubey, I don't know whether Elena has been made a presenter.
I'm here.
Oh, you're there. Okay, come on. We want to see you.
In 5 minutes, please, because I'm just sending my daughter to school. Sorry.
We would like to see you test your PowerPoint right away because later on you lose time over that.
Please give me 3 minutes or 5 minutes.
Please.
Okay, thank you.
We probably will start in 2 minutes.
In 2 minutes.
We are
Okay.
starting that session. The entire session will start in 3 minutes, in 2 minutes or so.
Okay, 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Namrata ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Let's please start on time.
Yes.
Thomas, your PPT, is it okay? And Karen, yours? Okay, that's good. Dr. Jain, Elena, a couple of minutes later.
Sir, shall I start?
Yeah, you can
Yes,
start.
yes.
Okay. Once again, a warm welcome to all present over here. It is indeed a great pleasure to have with us Dr. Vinod Tumlekar, CEO and founder, Mantis New Delhi, India, as session chair. The speakers of the plenary session, Dr. J. Thomas Harvainen, Associate Professor for Information Practices, Tampere University, Finland, Dr. Callan Blackmore, Associate Professor in Information Technology at the University of Newcastle, Australia, Dr. Alina Likhachev, researcher at the Biological Department, MB Lomonosov, Moscow State University, Russia. I'm happy to mark the beginning of the session by introducing the session chair, Dr. Vinod Tumlekar, to the participants.
Thank you.
Dr. Vinod Dumlekar designs, develops, conducts, and researches business simulation and other games in his 18-year-old firm, Mantis. The players are career managers and students of management and engineering. He has taught postgraduate students finance strategy and entrepreneurship courses. He continues to guide and review research, manuscripts, and theses. As a member of ISAGA since 2004, he has attended 7 annual conferences and 3 summer schools. Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya Indore is privileged to present this citation to Dr. Vinod Dumlekar for chairing the plenary session during the 52nd annual conference of International Simulation and Gaming Association, ISAGA 2021 on September 8, 2021. Thank you, sir. I now hand over the session to you for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. Today's session, we have a wide variety in just 3 different people from 3 different corners or triangular points on our globe. We have Thomas from Finland, we have Karen from Australia, and we have Elena from Moscow. Thomas will cover from the foundation of his extensive experience as the former joint editor of Simulation Gaming Journal. He will cover issues relating to sustainable development goals and, of course, simulations. Karen is in the very enviable position of being in charge of technology, where she teaches at a school in Australia. And she will tell us about learning and technology put together in the form of simulations. That's going to be very interesting. And finally, Elena will tell us about sustainable development as utilitarian educational tools and about urban ecology. We have an interesting session ahead of us, and I hope we will have enough questions to drill them and understand them deeper in terms of whatever they present. Dr. Jain?
Thank you, sir. It gives me immense pleasure in introducing our first speaker, Dr. J. Thomas Harvianen. Dr. J. Thomas Harvianen is Associate Professor of Information Practices at Tampere University, Finland. His research focuses on information sharing between game development companies. Harvianen is a former member of ISAGA's advisory board and one of the previous editors of the journal Simulation and Gaming. Shri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya Indore is privileged to present this citation to Dr. J. Thomas Harvianen for delivering the plenary address during the 52nd Annual Conference of International Simulation and Gaming Association, ISAGA 2021 on September 8, 2021. Thank you, sir, for joining as one of the speakers. I hand over the session to you.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. Greetings from Finland. My name is Tuomas Harvianen, as stated. I've been an active member of ISAGA for, well, about a decade, a member for a bit less. And I have been working in both an editorial capacity and in other tasks with journals such as Simulation and Gaming, but also with other gaming journals. And this has raised an interest in me on looking at the histories of these communities and what they are actually producing and what they are saying they are producing and so forth. And this is one corner of such research, which I'm presenting here. And I will intentionally try to keep my presentation a bit shorter so that we will definitely have time for questions at the end, because what I will be talking about today, 5 decades of ISAGA and sustainability, is a topic that was requested by the community's own members. I don't know, I can't remember who exactly it was at Mahadol in 2018 who said that the advisory council should be looking at whether we have been actually publishing and doing research on sustainability. instead of saying it, but given the topic, I sort of suspect it was Peter van der Heijden who asked us to do this. But in any case, the idea got significant support, and I have been for the last years going through all of the ISAGA books that I could find and looking at whether we are following the goals or not. And I want to emphasize here the word books, because the plan here has been to, at all times, look at the sort of final publication in the line, because we have had broader conference proceedings, but those have been dealt only to participants. And then there has been a kind of cherry pick book of best papers in some cases, or just selected papers or a special issue and so forth. So if there have been different versions of a certain ISAGA conferences proceedings, then I've selected the final version of these. And the idea has been to go through each year, check every text that is in the volume, with the rule that it has to be article length, so at least 5 pages. If it was possible, I looked at the article itself. If it was not possible, then at least the titles. And since I could not get my hands on all of the existing volumes, I also checked whether there were available reviews of existing books from especially the 80s and the early 90s, and looked whether those mentioned something like ecological issues. For example, this was the case with the 1993 proceedings. So as a result of this and some further challenges, which I will mention later, this will not be published as a paper. This is a kind of preliminary report, and we have insufficient data for a systematic, solid review, which would pass a peer review. So think of what I'm saying here as a kind of community report for the community itself and its self-awareness, instead of something that would pass a rigorous review. And I want to especially thank Dr. Kritz for providing me access to a lot of the material that I did not have. So yes, let's continue, and please think of questions you might want to ask. The categories were based on the suggestion given at the 2018 General Assembly, done so that I would go through each of the books, or in some cases digital versions on CD-ROM, and check which articles would match which of the UN's sustainability goals. So it's a kind of Excel sheet, and just ticked lines on what was the primary area of these. In some cases, it was very difficult choosing just one category, and the principle has been to see just if it fits somewhere here, and then look at the percentages per each book on how many articles or how many other kinds of texts we have that would fit one or more of these topical goals. And this, I thought, first would be an easy task. I must say it was an interesting task, but it was also a hard task, but especially it was incredibly difficult. And the key challenge here was to define what actually meets the goals, what works towards the goals in question. And I've selected here from the 2007 conference proceedings 2 example cases. So the first one by Dmitry Kavtaradze, Elena, who will be talking soon, and Andriy Miroshinenko, simulation experiments for achieving regional sustainable development. Here we can be quite sure that this paper is dealing with something that's on sustainability. But we don't have many articles that actually would mention the word sustainability or mention an explicit goal. So, for example, how do we deal with Lemkul's text from the same volume, supporting learning in a simulation game? Is this a sustainability goal article or not? If we look at the list here, we have quality education on the options. So this became a kind of game of vague half points on what might be not. And as a result, I soon realized that I would be looking at trends rather than actually saying that we have this many texts in our volumes. And in a way, as I will be returning to, this defines our community in many ways. So based on this rough estimate principle, we can say that about 15 to 20% of the contents of ISAGA's proceedings from the last 5 decades, this ran until 2019, 15 to 20% contribute directly or semi-directly to topics mentioned in the sustainability goals list. And trend-wise, we can see that relevancies to those goals steadily rise at first. Then there's a sudden drop during the early 2010s. And now, based on the last few volumes, the relevancies seem to be returning, with us being, in my opinion, at around 30 to 35% per proceedings book, which is, I must say, quite impressive. However, notably absent are certain of the sustainability goals. We have very few texts that deal with topics of ending poverty, of ending world hunger, of gender issues, and on topics dealing with life underwater. These have not been completely neglected, and we see some initial forays towards these, but still they are heavily underrepresented compared to certain other goals like sustainability, sustainable communities, and so forth. And interestingly, even if the conference had a name related to some sustainability goal or close to it, that did not have a significant effect on the contents of the proceedings. So the numbers would be still about the same. The key exception to this is the 1996 conference proceedings, which had the words sustainable development in it. This is the Riga proceedings. That one had a significantly higher percentage of directly sustainability related contents than the other ones. So applause to the editors on that one. And these themes were more common than in what I would call parallel works. So special issues or books edited by people in this community. So it seems like the conference proceedings are seeing an influx of generic works more likely than these other ones, which are definitely sort of ISAGA works in the sense of our communal identity, but are not part of the official series. So there we see a lot more in this. So it's not as bad as it looks. The reasons for these percentages, after analyzing the contents, seem that certain topics are simply easier to write papers about than other ones. The more wicked a problem, the more difficult it is to address with games, even though games, as we know, are very good for systemic understanding. So maybe that it's harder to do games on certain of these topics, or that they don't make especially good articles. The other one is that we have a lot of work that is more general. So it just talks about educational goals and thus adds to the discussion in some sense, but does not, strictly speaking, address one of these issues. So we can say that many of the works expand our knowledge on topics and skills that are relevant for solving these problems, but they do not directly address these. Strictly speaking, if we take the goal quality education at its face value, then we are doing really, really well, because that raises the percentage much, much higher just by saying that we are addressing the education aspect. But that would not be an honest answer to this. And finally, I want to list as one of the reasons the fact that we have been experienced since the turn of the millennium a loss of a lot of scholars who might have joined ISAGA and would be working on games with serious topics. They are now members of other associations, especially the Digital Games Research Association, and they are more focused on recreational gaming. And this, in my opinion, also shows in what kind of submissions we see in the books. It also means that we have actually fewer papers there on recreational gaming, and this raises the percentage, but it also says something about the community structure. So my key observations here. If we think about indirect usefulness towards solving sustainability issues, then the percentages are much higher than the 15 to 20. So even in the first volumes from 71, we can see topics that do not address these issues, but they discuss the points. What I have here on the last line, so we see an arc on from we can to also on this, and just this, I mean here that the first volumes are focused on showing that we can discuss this or that topic and contribute to it through the use of simulations and games. Then come the direct applications on wider issues. Sort of if the first ones say that we can do urban planning with gaming, the next wave we see we have been planning this city in a sustainable manner using games. And finally, we are seeing now more and more very topical contributions. So using a game to discuss issue X at city Y kind of approach. This is, of course, a rough generalization, but as far as a trend analysis goes, this is what we see here. And for the contents, the key finding that I noted was that there's a kind of balance between two content types. So the more we have on business gaming, our other strong tradition, which I think is very valuable to discuss. But the more we have on business gaming, the less likely we are to have as many sustainability articles in a given proceedings. And of course, given the fact that, again, quality education is one of the factors, this is not necessarily a bad thing, because business gaming can also be used to teach responsible consumption and production, for example, another goal on the list, and the availability of work and so forth. So in my opinion, many of these are actually also contributing to the goals, especially in the long run. The other element worth mentioning is the presence of generic works. So the ones that drive forward the theories that we work with. They are not addressing the goals, but they are again contributing to understanding the goals. So in that sense also we are doing well. Theory development is essential for this work. For the future, my predictions based on what I see here is that direct topicality for sustainability works is likely to stay at roughly the same level. I hope the same level as in the last few texts, so at about 1/3, but it will be more targeted. So we are more likely to see works that say explicitly that they are answering sustainability issues and making the connections to the goals. This is also supported by a lot of universities' practices where they want these mentioned, but our community has been highly supportive of being open about these. The applicability of generic works is likely to grow higher, meaning that the theory building and other works will have included in them mentioned on how to apply the works towards this direction. We see this also in the way in which submissions to simulation and gaming have been changing in the last few years. So the trend is towards making sure that the works are also useful from a sustainability and or corporate responsibility perspective. And while the educational goal is good, let's not be too happy about us contributing very strongly to quality education, because it's only one factor, and without the others, especially the most difficult systemic ones, its impact will be unfortunately rather marginal. But let's not have that stop us doing good work in that area. And finally, impact depends on our community's visibility. And this is something that I want to emphasize, which I emphasize basically every year when talking, that our contributions, especially the proceedings, are not seeing enough use. So the wider games research community is not seeing a lot of the essential work that is being done here. And when I was looking for the proceedings online, I was checking the citation counts because those popped up at the same time. And here I'm saying that we could be doing a lot better with marketing what we know. We don't want to become a marginalized community looking at the really serious games and trying to find solutions. We want to be a part of the wider community where our works are cited also by non-ISAGA people. They are read, they are utilized, and they are developed upon, and we in turn will work on those. But let's see how that happens. And now I will do a shameless advertisement to cross-pollinate on these topics. We will be organizing a free online symposium this December called Gamification for Sustainable Development. Go check it out. It is also open for topics dealing with serious gaming and simulation gaming, not just gamification. But the idea is to bring also knowledge from this community into the hands of other communities working on similar topics. Because if we want to solve wicked issues, then we need to work together. Thank you, and we'll take the questions at the end.
You have finished precisely 3 minutes ahead of your time.
Yes.
We didn't have to release the alarm at this stage. I hope you'll be here throughout the session. Thank you. So therefore, shall I ask the questions at the end along with others? Is it okay? Then Dr. Nandita Jain, could you please move on to the next speaker?
Thank you, sir.
Karen can come in and speak. Can the next speaker? Is that okay?
Thank you, sir. Your talk was particularly appropriate at this time when the entire world is on its way of finding the means to achieve the sustainability. Thank you once again. ISAGA 2021 is glad to have Dr. Karen Blackmore as one of the eminent speakers. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Karen Blackmore to the gathering. Dr. Karen Blackmore is an associate professor in information technology at the University of Newcastle. Karen has an expertise in the modeling and simulation of complex social and environmental systems. Her research interests cover the use of agent-based models for simulation of socio-spatial interactions and the use of virtual environments and serious games for learning. Her research is cross-disciplinary and empirical in nature and consider the ways that humans engage and interact with technology. She has expertise in the study of affective processing, data mining and analytics, experimental design, and physiological measurement, with research considering how best to quantify the complex interactions occurring in digital environments. Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya Indore is privileged to present this citation to Dr. Karen Blackmore for delivering the plenary address during the 52nd Annual Conference of International Simulation and Gaming Association, ISAGA 2021, on September 8, 2021. Thank you, ma'am. We all are eagerly waiting for your words, Dr. Karen. Over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for having me. I'm truly honoured to be here today to present to you, and it's lovely to see so many people joining in on the Zoom today. As I just share my presentation, I just particularly wanted to say how very much I enjoyed our keynote speaker from Vishwas today. And in particular, I think a lot of what my presentation will speak to today actually dovetails quite nicely with many of the topics that he covered, albeit I think I'm taking it from a slightly different perspective and looking specifically at how we leverage simulation and technology to deliver learning. So I thought I'd start with just a little bit about me. So as Vinod kindly pointed out, I come from the University of Newcastle in Australia, not the one in the UK. And I'm very privileged to live, and I've put up just some photos there just to give some background to some of my interests and things that motivate me. I'm very fortunate to have grown up on the south coast of Australia in New South Wales. We have fantastic beaches and I've enjoyed them throughout my life. I also am an academic. I'm the head of discipline of computing and IT at the University of Newcastle. I'm the deputy president of Academic Senate for Teaching and Learning. So I have key interests both in the area of simulation and serious gaming, but also more broadly in educational attainment and particularly within higher educational institutions. I'm also very privileged to be part of a research team at the university, and we run a lab called I3 Lab, and I've pictured myself there with my two colleagues. I3 is simply because there's three of us. And we engage primarily in industry-based research. So we work with industry regionally and nationally within Australia, with work that focuses very much on how do we understand whether what we're doing is working. And I think it's really those very basic questions that motivate me when we start to think about how we design any educational experience or content. We start to wonder, how do we best understand whether what we do is achieving what we want it to achieve? And that gets a little bit more complicated, and it's some of those concepts that I think about a lot, and I thought I would share a lot of my thinking with you today. Not so many answers, more I think a lot of just thoughts that I have, and picking up from my the fabulous speaker before me, Thomas, that hopefully we have time at the end of this session to have some discussion about these topics. So before I get started, I'll just put a caveat around here too, and we can start to think more definitionally. I've put simulation, but what I'm particularly talking about today is simulation training. And if we think about that in its simplest forms, it's where we're delivering learning content and particularly a learning task, and we're using a modeled real world scenario to undertake that learning or that task training. If we think then more specifically where my focus is, which is on immersive simulation, then we are using a computer to deliver that modeled real world environment in some way, shape or form. So I'll go through a few more things we might want to think about as we talk about that. And then there's the notion of what's the difference here if I was talking about technology versus equipment. And sometimes there's a bit of overlap here where we might think about the kinds of equipment. And so I'll generally, for the purposes of this talk, disambiguate and suggest that the equipment within a simulated training task or environment refers to those pieces of they can be technology, but they're basically required to deliver the modeled real world scenario.
Karen,
so they are part of the scenario. Yes, Elizabeth?
your slides aren't moving with your talk.
Where am I up to?
You're still on the first slide.
Oh, my dear. I'm not sure why. So, can you see them there?
I can see the first slide, but it's still on the, there it is. Now it's working. So
It's
now
not
we get to see all those lovely things you were talking about.
It's not doing it from a, it's not doing it from, thank you for pointing that out, Elizabeth. Do they change now?
No, not yet.
No, so they're not changing if I'm in presentation mode. I'm very sorry about that. I'm not sure why that is. I'm not going to fiddle around.
Presentation mode.
Oh no, stay in. It's going to get, I've got to actually, I'll have to play around a little bit because I do have some animation through here, which will be a bit difficult to deliver. So where I was at was I was talking about this slide. Yes. So and for my lovely beach, I'll go back so you can all see my lovely beach and my colleagues. And okay, and so now then I'm talking about equipment. I've just been through here, and now I'll drop down to technology. So for today's talk, when I talk about technology, I'm thinking particularly about the kinds of technologies we might be exploring and using today when we're delivering simulation. And they are really around how we deliver the modeled real world environment. And a lot of this will relate to display technology when we can talk about and we can think about our VR headsets or augmented reality, mixed reality. We can multi-screen displays, large format displays, immersive domes, and all of those particular technologies that we might want to use. So we think about them and we talk about them in terms of immersion and engagement and learning. Obviously, that's where we're primarily concerned. But where in my work, and particularly my work where I look at evaluating industry applications of simulation training, and we start to think more about when we deliver simulation training, how we might talk about the outcomes in terms of cost, in terms of time, in terms of efficiency, in terms of effectiveness, performance, transferability, and there's probably a lot more that we could have here as well. So the interrelationship between the task or the training or the learning that we're trying to develop and deliver, the technology that we use to enable that, particularly with immersive simulation training, and then the measures or the ways, the things that we might want to achieve, the outcomes we're looking from it. So I've just put up a few demonstrations of how wide this ranging technology can possibly be. And in terms of, and you can see there, I've got some domes where we've got haptic devices, augmented reality, and a multi-screen driving simulator on an actuated base. And so the mixtures that we can get, and obviously as we look in those, the time that we might consider to implement it, the costs to implement it, become a much more complex relationship. So the topic for my talk today was the power of simulation and technology to deliver learning, and understanding that. So understanding the power of simulation and technology to deliver learning really does rely on careful measurement. So what should we measure? Some interesting things here pop up too as we start to talk about the difference between training and education and development. And we look at all of the terms that we might throw into this mix between coaching and competence, teaching, educating, and indeed into gaining capabilities. So another thing that will also come up is, and it does touch back into the wonderful talk that we had by Vishwas for our keynote for this session, was what are we seeking to achieve with our simulation training, and how is the technology that we might use enhancing it? Does it enhance it? And we might think about that particularly in terms of whether it's task related, or whether we had a broader educational goal from the learning that we're delivering. So I've got here another small piece of theory, and I'm sure many of you are aware of our multimedia learning theory, where we might, and it's been established for quite some time, but what we might understand from this is that the way, and underlying this theory, is that we gain more from working memory when we engage more of our sensory memory. So as we start to engage more aspects of a person's sensory system into the learning process, we therefore engage more of their working memory in the integration of that knowledge. So we are incorporating through multimedia presentation, and this was just D's and I's, sensory memory, and we incorporating long-term memory to achieve an integration. So the interesting concept here to think about is we expand our understanding through technology of what multimedia presentation, particularly with respect to learning content, might look like. We can start to think that the ability that we have through technology really is around engaging more of our sensory memory into the learning task. The more we engage a learner's sensory task, the more we're engaging their long working memory and subsequently long-term memory to achieve the little red circle that we're after. And this is what we're ultimately, where all of our focus is in the integration aspect. So now that we've got a good base and a good understanding of what some of the things we might be seeking to achieve, and how technology might impact on what we're doing in a really tangible way through engaging different kinds of sensory systems into the learning process, then the power really is for us as we use different types of technology to understand better the impact of those technologies on the learning process. And the question that I often answer here when working with industry is the simple one, where they've traditionally taught a particular piece of content, and they may have been a desktop application, and now they're looking at shifting that to a VR simulation. What is the derived benefit going to be? How is that going to impact learning? And in order to be able to answer those questions, we as practitioners and academics, therefore, should have a responsibility, I think, to better understand what we need to measure and when it needs to be measured. And the first is the pre-training skills. When we understand from our theories of learning that the pre-training skills, prior knowledge and competence have a key role to play in the learning process. Then we've got the actual training activity itself. And so if we think about immersive simulation training, we're using game-based environments. We have all of the power of a game to capture data. And anyone who's worked in entertainment game development would understand that we can do a lot of measurement of in-game behavior. We can do dynamic difficulty balancing based on in-game performance. And there's a lot of data and metrics that we can use and leverage from immersive simulations to better understand training performance, but training performance in and on task. And then obviously we have post-training skills and the knowledge and competence that might emerge from it. I've added my little cog because we'd hope that from the actual training task, we've produced some kind of learning outcome. But then, and again, I was very pleased, we can start to think here about things like training retention. So the question that I would pose therefore is, if we have a particular simulation training task that's traditionally being delivered, perhaps using just a computer-based, normal computer screen, and we shift that into a virtual reality environment or an augmented reality environment, does the learning stay with the learner for longer? Do we, through that process of integration, get some kind of benefit in terms of training retention? Secondly, we have training transfer. And interestingly, when I was looking for a little icon for this, it was my little juggling person. But again, the notion here is if we change the technology base that we're using, and I'm talking particularly with respect when we might have our VR headsets and we start to deliver a simulation training task or learning content in one particular way, change that technology, what impact does it have on training transfer? And we might speak in terms particularly around the fidelity of the learning task and the way we deliver that. So just to give a little snapshot, this was a study that I undertook with my colleagues, my 3i3 colleagues, back in 2015, and it was a meta-analysis of serious games research. So it was quite a comprehensive meta-analysis, and what we looked at was studies at this particular point in time published into academic journals and conferences, peer-reviewed journals and conferences, and looking at the types of measurement that they were doing primarily in the pre-game gameplay and post-game. And so what you can see quite clearly was that at that particular point in 2015, most of the data measurement was occurring post-game. Most of that was being obtained through questionnaire. In the in-game gameplay, just to clarify, direct controlled is in a controlled environment. So that's where the task, the simulation or the serious game in this case was being delivered in a controlled laboratory environment rather than in a work environment or field-based location. So most of it was lab. So you'd go into the classroom, they'd undertake their training in the serious game. And that was a very different environment in most cases to the actual environment where that skill or the learning needed to be applied. And so interestingly enough, there were questions, particularly I've worked significantly with defence, and therefore there was questions around transferability, particularly if it's, you know, the task that people are training for is undertaken in extremely cold or hot environments. How does that get affected? But as you can see, we had some pre-game measurement in those particular studies, but it was interesting to see, despite the fact we have in the power that we had for the games to collect huge amounts of data during gameplay itself, it was a much lower usage for data and collection than it was post-game. And so I just move on. I'm going to have to flick through here because unless I go very, very quickly, because I had set this up as an animation to play. So again, I come back to the idea that we traditionally think in terms of developing a learning or an education or content through a simulation-based activity as in terms of continuum. So we very rarely deliver all the training or learning we need in terms of one simulation or a serious game activity. It generally sits within a continuum of activities that might involve also classroom or self-learning, and also the practical or live simulation. For those academics in the audience, this would equate to a lecture and followed up by labs to reinforce the skills. And so what we do here, when we start to integrate simulation or simulation training into this learning and training continuum, we also integrate a mix of technologies. And so as we change the way that we deliver different learning activities along this continuum, we should also start to think about what impact this has on the way that these skills are achieved over time and the level of skill that's achieved. And then additionally from here, there will be the follow-on transfer and retention and transfer of those skills. So I had this to and I'll flick through it very quickly. So we might see that as we change the technologies, we adjust the training continuum that we have. And then again, the same simulation delivered using a different technology may actually shorten the length of simulation or the length of other training activities that need. So there's the time spent within the training or the simulation may change as a result. And we may actually see adjustments to the skill level that's achieved through the training. And so when we think about the power of simulation and technology to deliver learning, the thing we really need to think about is how do we demonstrate this? And how do we as a community do it in a consistent way so that we can speak to industry in applied settings around the power of simulation and technology to deliver learning? And so part of my presentation here was to start a conversation around a common language for communicating the power of simulation to deliver training and technology, to deliver learning, sorry. So the ultimate aim, therefore, and what we looked at within that meta-analysis that we had was the need to understand training, and particularly simulation-based training, as part of a broader continuum, and then understand where, at what points along that continuum we measure or better understand what we do, and how then those things accumulate over time, such that as we change the mix that we might have here, we can similarly understand how it impacts on the training continuum, the time required for different tasks, and the skills and capabilities attained. But are we missing something? I don't profess to have covered, and there's a lot of nuance in a lot of the topics that I've sort of brushed over today. But one thing I'm particularly interested in is I think what we end up here with, for those that are involved, particularly in simulation training, but in any educational activity, is that in many times we may have this lovely curve, but our learners look like this. They are individuals, they are unique, and they will achieve their learning in different ways. And so another challenge to us all, and perhaps my end goal and my primary interest, is the idea that the real power of simulation and technology to deliver learning is to leverage both of these things in a quest for training delivered through adaptive virtual simulation, where we can have simulation environments that understand the learner and self-adjust in response, and where we might leverage off our understanding of effective computing and AI to deliver enhanced virtual simulation. But I'm going to leave that one for another day. And I hopefully think I have finished slightly early for you too, Vinod. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Karen. Simulations, technology, and learning. These three things we must connect and tie them together very firmly. I think we made a large number of good points over there, and I hope our learners and listeners take them and apply them as well. Dr. Namrata Jain, could you please take over?
Thank you, Dr. Karen. Thank you for your insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's the time to invite Dr. Elena Likhacheva from Russia. I'm happy to introduce Dr. Elena to the audience. Dr. Elena Likhacheva is a researcher at the Biological Department, MV Lomonosov, Moscow State University, Russia. With PhD in psychology, she focuses on research into the effectiveness of simulation gaming as instruction method, processes of decision making, and traps of thinking of participants, and the role of facilitator in simulation and gaming. Her special scope is also at simulation games on sustainable development. She is a member of the ISAGA Executive Board and member of ISAGA. Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya Indore is privileged to present this citation to Dr. Elena Likhacheva for delivering the plenary address during the 52nd Annual Conference of International Simulation and Gaming Association, ISAGA 2021, on September 8, 2021. May I now request Dr. Elena for the plenary address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning or good night to everybody. I will share my screen. And this is a big honor for me to give this speech, a presentation at the plenary session. Just a second. So today I will speak about understanding ourselves through gaming and simulation. And this is a brief agenda for my today's presentation. So firstly, I will briefly speak about our educational activities at my university. And then I will show you two cases from two courses, Stimulation and Gaming in Complex Systems Management and Urban Ecology. These courses were designed for physical learning, I mean in physical class. And then we will move to conclusions of my presentation. But as usually, I have some Easter eggs. So I want you to make a short exercise together with me, countdown with closed eyes. So all you need is a device with a stopwatch, or you can use your PC or cell phone or normal stopwatch and put it in front of you. Then the instruction is to close your eyes and count 1 minute. So you see it and you count calmly in silence 1 minute. And then if you decide that 1 minute has passed, you open your eyes, fix your result. You can send it to the chat or write it on the paper. So let's do it. Okay, I see most of you has opened your eyes. I will look into the chat. Yeah, I see the results. Oh, what wonderful spread of results. So 55 seconds, 50, so 45, 51, 1 minute and 15. Oh, 15 seconds, nice result. Okay, thank you very much for participating. What this exercise can tell about us. First of all, we are all different, and we are all have different internal control, which influences the time assessment, the assessment of time period. And as well, we perceive time as a resource. And in different situations, we perceive time differently. For instance, if you are in a stressful situation, time flies very fast. I'm not sure if we're not in a stressful situation, but who knows? And if you have a vacation or a rest, then you have a well-measured life and you are enjoying your life. So that's good also for us to have sometimes vacation. And if you are sleeping, time doesn't matter to you. So we are all different. And I will stress the shift in my presentation from moving from physical education to online environment. And this picture shows you how did we this exercise with our students, with our listeners and participants, also in an online environment. There are differences because I, as a facilitator, don't see you. I don't know whether you opened your eyes or not. Are you honest with me? And so on. So this shift has brought me to think about what should we do in another way while educating online. So we have several courses at my university. First of all, environmental protection for biotechnologists and biologists. Then the second one is simulation and gaming in complex systems management for managers and geologists in oil industry, and urban ecology for biologists and biotechnologists. So these are some nice pictures from my previous life before COVID. And firstly, I will talk about simulation and gaming in complex systems management. These courses was designed by a group of lecturers, namely biologists, psychologists, economists, soil scientists, technical engineer, for master's degree program Natural Resource Management at Graduate School of Innovative Business. And the core of this course is that students learn complex systems using simulations, models, and games. We also have a sequence of learning from simple games to complex models, like we begin with paper and pencil, or even without any resource, just playing with our fingers. Then we move to some matchboxes, card games, board games, and to computerized games and complex games that can last 3, 5, or more hours. And activities are mandatory for this course. Besides, students receive some home assignment to get a credit at the end of this course. They should design their own educational game. So this is the first case which I consider will show you how did we deal with this online education. On the left hand, you see the print screen from one of our games, simulation model Compass, that stands for Coastal Management Practices to Achieve Sustainability. And I'm really happy that Tuomas Harviainen cited our work, which was based on this simulation model. You can easily download this simulation model from the link below. So this is a one-player model or one-player game. You become a governor of a coastal region. You have several resources and you should govern this region for 20 years. You have to choose the territory, hinterland, coastland, or sealand. You have some budget, fish population, and human population. And you should invest the budget into one or all of them, 7 industries: fishery, biological or chemical treatment, and so on. And on the map, you will see, after making decision, you will see the results of your decision. You can also analyze your results using some tables and graphics. And we use this simulation model as a home assignment for our students. So they should run this model as much as they can and want. And then they should write a report based on this model and their experience. And normally, every year, we try to find the best work based on this model. And we use, it looks like complicated, but it's not so complicated formula to find out the best result. And this year, this spring semester, we found out that there is a best result achieved ever within group of our students. It is highlighted in red. So, and I was wondering what caused this result. And because we were urged to move to online education, We skipped some very complex games, and I tried to. I proposed this model to be governed online, so to run online, and the whole group for the first time worked as one governance. So decisions were collaborative. They decided in which industry they want to invest their money, and then at the end of this session, they were given the home assignment. So they ran the simulation at two times at least. So I think that this collaborative decision has influenced the further experience with the simulation game. And that was a nice result for me. So now I'm thinking of giving this simulation firstly with the whole group. So the whole group can run the simulation as one person, and then they will be given a home assignment. And through this simulation, they learn about sustainable development, how to achieve those goals in a better way. Talking about the results of this course, you see on the left and the right, there are some examples of educational games from previous years before COVID. And at the center, there is an educational game of this year. So there are differences between them. You can see that students used more haptic materials, for instance, scissors, papers, or pencils, dices, chips previously. And this year we found out that all of our educational games were designed using only PC or laptops, and we didn't have possibility to test them effectively. So in the center, there is a game, Carbon Intensity of Industrial Consumption. It's a nice game, but I'm not sure if it will be good enough for future users. This is also an outcome of this shift from physical to total online environment in learning. So let's move to the second case. The course Urban Ecology was designed also by a group of lecturers for master's degree program Fundamental and Systemic Ecology in Shenzhen, China. So it was designed both in Russian and in English because we also have Russian students there. And there are some themes from this course: electromagnetic fields, urban greenery, health, urban risks, urban identity, architecture, and so on. But we have some obstacle concerning the time period of lecturing, because this course was designed before COVID, and every lecture was, as a normal lecture, 1.5 of an hour, so it lasted 1.5 of an hour. But this semester, the administration said that we can't divide this 1.5 of an hour for more small parts to deliver this material through our PCs or whatever. So every lecture lasted 1.5 of an hour, and students and we as teachers and facilitators were sitting 1.5 of an hour every lecture with our PCs. And moreover, this course was designed without any activities, because we have the second one for the same group of students with simulation and games. So we couldn't use them for the course of urban ecology, just lecturing and giving some home assignment for students. So there are some nice pictures from this course about electromagnetic fields that was a practice for students, or about demography and the situation of Shenzhen, in Shenzhen, or some cognitive biases, or this is from my lecture, map of every city. So as a psychologist, I was invited to give some clues from the psychology of urban dwellers, their role behavior, stress in the city, and so on. And this is a cognitive map, some funny pictures. And as a psychologist, I was thinking about the Zoom fatigue, because I really was tired after more than 1 year of online meetings and online conferences, though they are quite engaging, like ISAGA. But nevertheless, I wanted to have some physical activities, or to move, or to touch somebody, so no physical contact. So what should I do as a psychologist just to give some material within 1.5 of an hour? It's quite hard to sit with your PC 1 hour and a half. And then I found out a really interesting game. I call it frame game. Okay, yeah, I hear. Thank you, Vinet. Yeah, thank you. So this is game 100 Ways Anything Could Be Different in the Future, designed by Jane McGonigal. And I asked my students to think about urban life in 10 years. So you, first of all, you think about some facts that are true for now. So you live in Shenzhen. What is true for you while you live in Shenzhen, in this big town? And then you flip this fact to the opposite one. And then you should find some clues, some evidences for this fact. Maybe the future is already here. And here are some examples. So students wrote that traditional agriculture will disappear and most of the crops will be planted in places similar to climate boxes. I found this while searching yesterday. So there is really climate box in India. It was designed this spring. And the second example, psychological counselor becomes a hot job due to the increasing pressure of urban living. Also, yesterday I found that Nairobi, Kenya is looking for a mental health manager. So, conclusions. I'm almost on time. If you are still sleeping, keep going on, that's okay. This spring semester taught me as a facilitator to be, first of all, more innovative, because I invented some not very obvious ways to give material online, and to be patient for myself, first of all. Then to be ready for emergent unpreparedness. We were not prepared that our students, for instance, don't know English, so we skipped some games in English. And to be ready that the opposite is also correct. To end up with my facilitation, I also want to advertise a special issue about facilitation, because I was speaking about my experience as a facilitator, and there are also a special symposium on facilitation and who is facilitator when he is enrolled. And thank you for your attention. I'm ready for questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Helena. Thank you for sharing your expertise. Your inputs on different cases are certainly valuable. Now I hand over the session to session chair, Dr. Dumlekar, for taking up the queries and concluding remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. We have about 15 minutes to cover the end of session, out of which we will reserve 10 minutes for questions. We will have 1 or 2 minutes extra for questions if you have no slippage, and I think with the last 2 or 3 minutes for Dr. Jain to sum up. First questions, please. If there are no boring questions or any kind of questions, I am going to ask difficult questions. So please prevent me from asking difficult questions. Dr. Jain, perhaps the chat box has questions.
Go on, Vinod, you ask the first question.
Okay. my first question. Thomas, this is for you. From your experience, can you tell us why there is a reluctance to write about games and SDGs? The second part of the question is, can you recommend any kind of strategies or tactics or actions on the part of journals, publications, and conferences to motivate or urge people to devote more time into SDGs, that is sustainable development, games, not goals? Thank you.
I think one of the key reasons for the situation has been that people have been wanting to attend ISAGA conferences and they submit on whatever they are currently doing. So it takes time to sort of shift the course of the ship also in the research that we're making. If you have 5 years of funding for studying railroads, you will be publishing on that sort of topic and so forth. So it requires time and new funding applications and the whole change process. What I've seen as being really effective are special issues, symposiums, and book projects. This is why I think those invited volumes, what I called sort of adjacent or associated volumes edited by ISAGA people, have been so important. That way you can invite the right authors and then also have an open call. And then people will be delivering on just that related topic instead of wanting first and foremost to come to the conference. So you can have a much tighter concentration on relevant articles. And of course, that in turn is then easier to market. So you can immediately say that this entire book is about sustainability.
Sustainability development games, not goals.
Yeah.
We want games. Okay. I will rest for a minute before I ask my second question. Could I have some questions from the audience, please?
A question for Elena. I can't see her. Oh, there you are. Hi. I'm just wondering how this, in terms of the similarities and differences between China and Russia, how the students in your program collaborated. What were their problems, communication problems, or did the game help them surmount those? The games, plural, help them surmount those.
Thank you for your question. Yes, there are differences between cultures in students' behavior. They are not ready to work together, and they are not ready to discuss publicly their decision. But I urged them to do this in an online environment. So they were given a task and yes, there were some difficulties also with language because all lectures are given in English and not all of the students have a good level of English. And it took much more time to run this exercise, which I was showing. But after that, I know that they were more ready to do something in a group, though they were still sitting behind with their computers in their apartments and not together in one room. Yeah.
Thank you. That really makes it complex, speaking in English, but you've got Russian and Chinese students. Wow.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I have a question for Karen. Since you are into high technology games, Could you please give us some examples of value additions and hidden dimensions, even problems with the use of high technology, problems that we don't know, which are not very commonly understood by us? I don't mean the typical Zoom problems of you are unmuted or muted and stuff like that. I need to go deeper in terms of learning.
Yes, I'm happy to. If you're not, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yep.
please, go ahead.
Okay, so one area that I've looked at particularly in anyone who may be having extensive use of VR is cyber sickness. So I've got done quite a lot of research over the last few years into the causes of cyber sickness, the incidence of it. And one thing that we have sort of in the story of this, and perhaps a lot of people don't think, there is anywhere between 5 and 20% of participants may experience the impacts of cyber sickness in VR exposure. That can vary based on factors associated with the individual. So women are more susceptible to cyber sickness than men. Even as a woman, based on hormone levels, the incidence of cyber sickness can vary. How I feel, whether I'm well or unwell, can impact on the likelihood that I'll experience cyber sickness. Whether I've eaten recently is another factor that's impacted, and that's before we start to get to aspects of the technology itself, the type of headset, frame rates, lag rates, the field of view in the environment, the amount of strafing in the design of our environment, so it's sideways or lateral movement within virtual environments that is more likely to produce cyber sickness than that we might have in forward motion. The amount of detail in the peripheral vision is another factor. So as we move and we increasingly see, particularly in serious games and simulation training adoption of VR, we're lagging a little bit, I think, in understanding the human-computer interaction of aspect of that technology, the impact of it then on learning, when we don't really understand how many people may be impacted and the degree to which they might be impacted.
What are the symptoms of cyber sickness?
So a good dose of cyber sickness is as debilitating as any form of seasickness that you will ever have experienced. It can indeed be completely debilitating. You may actually, a participant may actually experience no outward signs of cyber sickness, but because of the perceptual mismatch in the visual processing system, they may actually have delayed reaction time. So you can have people who don't identify as feeling ill, that are affected by cyber sickness through delayed reaction time and delays in their visual processing systems and confusion in those systems.
Okay, I have not been responding very quickly recently. I should check myself. Thank you. I think Dr. Guruprasad has a question.
Yeah, may I have a question, Dr. Vinod?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had a question for Dr. Elena. Since you use gaming for understanding ourselves, and you also work in science, so when you have a say group of students, homogeneous students who understand the same language, and if you are trying to expand their understanding about science, then the focus will be more on science. If you have a mixed group of people, then like you had between Chinese and Russians or any kind of mixed group, then does the focus shift from learning to kind of cooperating with each other or something like that? Because understanding ourselves means that makes an inward journey about thinking what is our perception, what is the perception of others, and then interacting with each other. Does it shift the focus?
Oh, thank you for your question. I think that if you use games for different purposes, somehow you learn about yourself. You can use them, for instance, as Sebastian Mayer said in his presentation, for learning systems, subsystems, and game science and whatever. But at the same time, if you're engaged in any activity, you should make decisions. And then you can observe yourself in this situation and make some conclusions about yourself. Are you effective in this situation? I'm not sure that there are some differences in this situation that you described. We in the first course, there are all Russian participants, all Russian students from different Russian towns, not from Moscow. The behavior is quite similar in all these simulation and games, but the themes are different. So, and groups are different. Yeah. Thank you.
I liked your game, Elena, both the games. The game where we played silently, shutting our eyes and trying to find the 60 seconds. But I like that other game, about that coastal game where I saw indicators like GDP, FDI, etc. I think that would be fun because we could learn more about economics, about running a country. I don't know whether you have any political issues built in over there. I'm sure they should come because people will fight for rights and conveniences and resources and all that. I think that should be a great game. I wish you could translate it into English and make it available to perhaps me or others. Of course, I'm asking selfishly.
Okay, thank you. It is, if you are talking about simulation game Compass, it is available also in English. So you can download and use it. And it is free.
Okay. If it is possible, probably you could give me the links.
Okay.
Anytime you. Thank you. I think we're probably at the end of the session today. Dr. Namrata Jain, could you please take over?
Thank you, sir. On behalf of Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya Fraternity and on my personal behalf, I thank Session Chair Dr. Vinod Kamlekar and eminent speakers Dr. Thomas, Dr. Karen, and Dr. Alina for gracing the occasion. My thanks to all panelists and participants. We look forward to have you all at the university campus. Let's have a comfort break of 5 minutes. Thereafter, we all shall be joining for technical session 3. Thank you to one and all.
Dr. Jain, is it possible that we'll get a copy of the chat box? Because there are a lot of comments there, probably we did not have time to go through them. It is possible that some of the people who participated in the session, they may want to see this as well. I tried to copy it down, but I could not take a copy. I tried to take a file, not able to.
Yes.
Thank you for completing the session within time. Congratulations. Congratulations to all the plenary speakers who have been listening and to the audience who have been listening, who have been speaking, who have been participating. Toshiko did not ask a single question. I don't know why. She's just clapping out there. Say something, Toshiko. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay. What is it? 2:30, 3:30?
3:20.
3:20. Okay. Oh, you're far away. You're almost middle of next week. Okay. Good to see you. I'll take a break for a moment because I'm busy in the next session. I hope my participants are there. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am Rupali, I'm here.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
Miss Rupali?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Hello. I'm Mieko.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Can I,
yes. Please.
yes, can I try to share my,
Sure,
just a trial?
Sure.
Thank you. Just a second. Oh. Can you see my screen? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I feel okay. I'm the fifth panelist, the next session. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Mrs. Rupali. Can I share my screen? I'm the first.
Sure, sir. You can also check.
Sure. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay.
May I do that also, please?
Yes, sir. What? Please repeat your question. Yes, it's visible.
Thank you.
Hello, I'd also just like to check if the screen share works.
Yes, sir. You can check.
Is this visible?
Yes.
Great.
Guru Prasad sir, shall I start?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, quick question. Apologies. My co-presenter and co-author Shruti is not able to sign in. Could you please let her in as well?
Okay.
Her name is Shruti Krishna.
Okay, sir, so your paper ID, so please tell me your paper ID.
The paper ID is
But I promoted him.
54.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Bharat, I have promoted him. Sorry, Har.
Great, wonderful. Thank you.
Bharat, your image is not visible. Your background is not visible. Yeah, your background also.
When I put the background, my face blurs off, so it's not able to recognize that. So it's either my face or the image then.
Rupali ma'am, please start.
Yes.
Oh, my video has stopped. What's happened? I don't know. There you are. Thank you. Thank you. All good. Let's start.
Okay. Yes, sir. So hello and welcome to all our panel members, ISAGA members, session chair, guests, and participants. Welcome you in the technical session 3 on the track GS Design and Design Science and GS Learner Behavior under ISAGA 2021, the 52nd International Conference on International Simulation and Gaming Association organized by Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, India. I, Rupali Bhaltia, welcome you all on behalf of the university. First of all, I would like to welcome and introduce the chairperson of this technical session 3, Professor K.N. Guru Prasad, Director of Sri Vaishnav Institute of Science, Sri Vaishnav Vidyapeeth Vishwavidyalaya, Indore, India. He works in the area of plant science and specializes in photobiology and magnetobiology. He has an experience of teaching and research in life science of over 35 years. He was professor and head of life science department of Devi Ahilya University, Indore. He has supervised the work of 25 research students who have worked under him for obtaining their PhD degree. He has been the principal investigator of various research projects funded by UGC, CSIR, DST, ICAR, BRNS, MPCST, and BASF India. He has worked as a visiting scientist in Kobe University, Japan, and Moscow University, Russia. He has over 85 research papers published in research journals of national and international repute. Welcome you, sir. I request Chairperson Dr. K.N. Guru Prasad, sir, for the opening remark. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Rupali. At the outset, I thank ISAGA Society for inviting me. This is my first participation in the International Conference of ISAGA. And as Rupali told you, that I work in the area of life sciences. So I'm a new person to simulation and gaming, but I'm trying to understand this through the lectures which I attended in the last few months, and also through this conference. From what I understand, that even without being actively involved in simulation and gaming, I think we involve the principles of simulation and gaming in almost everything we do at all levels. Like the planning starts at the individual level, and it can go to the institutional level wherever one works, and then it goes to the societal level and so on. So in another way, in another sense, everyone does this planning, and before executing anything, whether it's an industry or whether it's an institution, it is preceded by planning. And I understand that simulation and gaming puts this into a proper framework that whatever planning we are doing, we call it by different names, like institution call it as vision, some call it as mission, and some just call it as a plan. But all these put together in a proper framework and going through, keeping an open mind about one's own planning and one's own mission, and inviting ideas from the participants, from the learners themselves. I think this is a great approach which will be useful to academics also in the field in which I work, because I can see that it does take a participant from one's own narrow field into a kind of a holistic education of understanding the relevance of one's work and also understanding the perspectives of others. Now, with this brief understanding of ISAGA from my point of view, I invite all the participants to this session, this technical session. We have some very interesting papers, starting from pleasure in games and then going to serious aspects like mass casualty incidents, and few more papers, and finally ending up with presentation by Vinod Tamlekar on development of the player satisfaction scale, which I believe is more psychological scale to quantify what is usually not quantifiable. And so with this introduction, I hand over to Rupali to call the first speaker in.
Thank you, sir. So in this session, technical session, there are 6 research papers. Now I would like to invite the first paper presenter of this session. Paper ID number is 129. Topic is Pleasures in Games, Conceptual Analysis of Fun and Its Constructs. And the authors are Malay Dhamelia and Girish Dalvi. So please share your presentation.
Is the presentation visible and am I audible?
Yes, you are visible and audible.
Right. Thank you for the introduction, Rupali ma'am. And I apologize in advance for not turning on the camera. There's some fault with my camera. Hoping everyone is having a good day. I am Malay Dhamelia, a PhD scholar at IDC School of Design, IIT Bombay. Today, I'll be representing myself and my supervisor, Professor Girish Dalvi. We have been hearing quite a lot about fun player experiences, troubleshooting player experiences in games, problems with gamification during the past 2 days of conference. Along the similar lines, this paper problematizes player experience in gamification in serious games, as well as this paper identifies distinctions amongst different hedonic pleasures in the games. In this presentation, we will take you through different attributes of fun in games, how fun is an emergent experience of those attributes, and demonstrate them in action through a series of examples. Applied domains like gamification, serious games, and simulation design have often been accused of being dry and tedious. They are also considered as framed, shallow, chocolate-coated broccoli, and at times boring. Part of the problem lies in designing emergent phenomena in games. Designing gameplay and the resulting experiences is a challenge across domains of games. Despite this being a challenge for quite a while, many player experiences are often conflated with fun. For example, how is flow different from fun? Does flow always lead to fun? Similarly, what are some differences and similarities between fun and engagement? Because of such trivialization of fun, the very nature of fun has become amorphous. However, we consider it as ultimate aesthetic of gameplay, the ultimate experience which has been under-theorized as compared to other aesthetics. The other experiences are considered as special classes of fun. For example, flow will be considered as a special class of fun. In this sense, we consider fun as a polymorphous concept, a concept which has many facets. Hence, the questions for this paper becomes, what are the facets of fun? What are the attributes of fun? To analyze such polymorphous concepts, we perform constructive conceptual analysis. While the method is detailed in paper, this presentation covers only the broad steps. First, one chooses a concept and tries to make a conceptual background using existing theories. We also consider usage in common language and discourses around the concept. So for example, here we try to paint a conceptual background around fun, its theories, and existing usages. This gave us various hedonic pleasures used in the domain. For example, flow, amusement, entertainment, and enjoyment that are often used in games. The second step is to compare and contrast their attributes using literature and their applications. This provides the base for analysis and helps in distilling different significant attributes of the concept in focus. In our case, we establish fun in relation to other related constructs. Hence, the paper is an analysis of fun as a concept and establishes it in relation to similar constructs like enjoyment, amusement, and so forth. While the conceptual map is huge, let us go through a portion of that conceptual map through this presentation. Let's begin with enjoyment. How is fun different from enjoyment? From the literature in leisure studies, video game studies, pleasures, enjoyment, we consider enjoyment as absorption based. They consider enjoyment where one gets engrossed and that gives them the pleasure. Another stark attribute of enjoyment is that it is self-referential. It does not need the presence of the other agential beings for enjoyment to emerge. One can have enjoyment alone. Because of these two reasons, it is often considered similar to flow. Proponents of enjoyment like Hasan Sal and Kimiachik, they consider fun as debauched spectacle. However, the nuances of spectacle are often ignored in such a treatment. While the detailed criticism of such a treatment can be found in the paper, briefly, within spectacle, the pleasure is considered passive and consumption based. An individual in debauched spectacle does not experience agency and is only indulged in the consumption of pleasure. But the question here is fun really passive? When a player plays the game, is she really inactive and just consuming pleasure? We consider fun as interactional and it needs the other. It emerges when one interacts with the others in society or others in game. Hence, it is not consumption based at all as claimed by Hasan Sal, especially when we consider fun within magic circle of games. While playing games, one interacts with the other, be it a system or a player, but there is an interaction and that interaction is meaningful. It is meaningful for gameplay to occur. Hence, fun is meaningful, which is in stark opposition to the conceptualization of enjoyment as a higher and purer form of pleasure. Now that we know that fun is interactional and is meaningful inside of a magic circle, how do meaning and interactions emerge? In other words, what are some conditions within which meaningful interactions come to play? So let's start with analyzing how does meaning and interactions and fun emerges in a society. So McGowan brings in works of Levi-Strauss's structuralist analysis to understand pleasures in society. He presents how fun is rationed in a society. No single person can have the ultimate fun. If that is the case, the others will start a revolt as they feel oppressed. Thus, the concept of entry fee comes in. Every social entity has to sacrifice its personal pleasures, or at least a part of it. This he calls as entry fee. And thus prohibitions are created. And prohibition gives rise to order, a structure within which individuals have to interact with each other. This common sacrifice, the common withholding of power to have fun, creates equality amongst individuals. This brings us to another concept associated with fun, which is equality. In a society of prohibition, all individuals are equal. Everyone is prohibited from the same kind of fun, and hence, when they look at each other, they interact for finding pleasures amongst each other. This gives rise to social bonds. However, Everyone has the agency to perform actions, to make choices, to achieve fun that has been distanced through prohibition. And the structure created through such a prohibition is flexible enough to allow different ways to achieve fun. This gives rise to randomness in system and the simultaneous existence of possibility and impossibility. This is how we conceptualize randomness. A structure might permit something, might not permit something. To overcome those limits of structure, an individual comes up with multiple ways to execute them. One tries and imagines multiple ways to break that structure and leap towards the symbolically distanced fun. This gives rise to work. The work here is done to achieve enjoyment, and this provides meaning and hence the enjoyment. Here, I would like to bring out that fun is not the end. Fun is not at the end of the work, but it is a process. An individual thus derives meaning and fun from the work itself. While some individuals are able to create new ways to overcome prohibition, to make new ways of work or to execute work in a novel way, not all will be able to do that. This gives rise to inequality amongst the residents of society of prohibition. Thus, let us see what we have so far in our conceptual repository of fun. So far fun is meaningful and interactional. Meaning here is derived from work. To derive meaning, one needs agency to execute actions and to perform work. It needs equality to emerge. It leaves unequal individuals once the work is done. Randomness is an essential ingredient of a flexible structure. And all this is possible just because of prohibition. While there are more attributes and conditions and concepts of fun in the paper, let us try to see how games create these conditions systematically. Chances are you must already be seeing some parallels and connections. Imagine the game of Scrabble. Three kids, Sam, Ankit, and Radha, are playing Scrabble. The game prohibits making the words at once, using the tiles of any choice. It uses randomness to allot letters and then makes the player formulate words on the board. Players think really hard to make the words from given letters. Players who utilize the tiles well scores more. In the same game, we can see how a player, by placing tiles, can also ruin others' game. Since the letters are rationed, the fun of making words is rationed amongst players, and one has to carefully choose the letters to achieve that fun. Hence, the player finds joy in the given flexible yet constraining ludic structures of Scrabble. One can see how Scrabble begins with. One can also see how Scrabble begins with all the players being equal. As the game progresses, the inequality is established through work performed by the players, and that inequality is amongst the players. In this sense, game can be considered as a journey from equality to inequality. Now if the game was played between unequals, let's say as shown in the figure, say an English professor with kids, he would be terribly bored, wouldn't she? She would not find the fun of playing Scrabble because the inequality is already established. While this can be explained in terms of flow as well, flow cannot explain the causes of how the challenge is created, how the challenge is designed, how the challenge emerges in a game. Here, the challenge is created and diminished by the existence and absence of equalities. Such conditions help us generate ludic structures that can create fun. Now, how does it help the design sciences? While player experience is a second-order design problem, this approach helps in understanding pleasures in games from a generative viewpoint. Designers can think whether the ludic structures of game can provide such conditions where fun can emerge or not. Secondly, one can analyze player experience through operationalizing these conditions in a usable manner. This way, we can go towards the ultimate particular as it is desired by scholars of design sciences like Sean and Stolterman. Thank you, folks. Thank you for listening to this presentation. It was intentionally made short, respecting the conference time. To discuss more about the topic of design and design analysis of player experience in games and simulations, please get in touch with us. Or if you are in India or in Mumbai, please get in touch to know more about our work, the design scene and awesome game designers of India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the nice presentation. Now, I would like to request panel members and the chairperson to please ask any question if they have.
Thank you, Malay. Listening to you was fun.
Yeah, thanks.
Fun is also inquiry, discovery, curiosity, end of a journey.
Yeah, might or might not be end of a journey. True.
Okay, the journey is also fun.
Yes, journey is fun.
It's fun. Yes, you're right. Thank you for reminding me.
So, is there any question?
Yeah, I had a question for Malay. You see, it was very interesting when you said that in the game you move from equality towards inequality, right?
Right.
And does it happen in every type of game which is designed, or it is restricted to certain games only?
In most type of games, this can be observed, but there is it is observed across all the games, but between whom the inequality is established, that is interesting. So, for example, in cooperative games, the inequality is established not amongst players, but between the player and the system, or player and one of the adversaries. So, but yes, inequality is still established.
Yeah, especially in the cooperative games, maybe that it may not be strictly moving from equality to inequality.
How so?
In the cooperative games, maybe this phenomena doesn't work.
But still, inequality does exist. I mean, the goal of the game is still to establish inequality between the system which is imposing prohibitions and the players. There is always a winner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we can go to the next speaker, Rupali.
Yes, sir. Sure. So before inviting our second speaker for the paper presentation, I would like to again remind about the timing, that your presentation timing is 8 minutes and you have to finish your presentation within the time limit. So next paper ID is paper ID number 147. Title is Mass Casualty Incidents, Preparing Pandemics for the Unsafe and Unexpected. And the authors are Kate Lyndon James and Elizabeth Lee. I request sir and ma'am to please share their presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay, thanks so much for having us today. It's been a great experience so far. We're going to talk about mass casualty simulation, and this simulation took place in Australia, in Sydney, in fact, but for the University of Tasmania, of who I worked at the time. The students involved were my students. They were first and third year students of the university degree that I worked for, and the subject they were studying was trauma. In particular, mass casualty simulation was used to make sure that they had all the skills that I could provide to help them negotiate the chaos that they're about to endure in their career. So thank you very much for having us. It's very hard to show the enormity of what was done for this research. It went over 3 years in just an 8 minutes of presentation, but the paper has all the details. This is essentially a snapshot of what happened over a 3-year period. And this particular research was focused on the third iteration of this simulation. The students did an enormous amount of learning during the semester on trauma subjects, fractures, burns, unconscious patients with head injuries, pretty much anything you could think of. And then the culmination of those skills were then put together and packaged into a very large 3-hour simulation where they all took on different roles. The aim of it was to build their resilience, and resilience for something that we don't know whether it would happen or not, assuming that it would happen because there had been mass casualty incidents in the past. But essentially, from my point of view, some years later reflecting on it, I really did at the time see that it was a gift from me to them to give them some kind of experience and exposure that they could use in the future when they came across incidents. And it was done in a safe and reproducible space. So we could do it year after year and improve it. The first simulation went ahead with just 30 people. They were students from the student body and also academic staff supporting. It was a very small simulation, and it was quite rough and ready. We kind of set it up and let them go, and we sort of thought we'd see what happened, and then we debriefed it a great deal afterwards. And the students actually informed what we did the following year. They told us what they felt worked, they told us where there was issues, or they gave us some suggestions of ideas or things we should consider. And the following year, feeling a little bit more game, we did a simulation of 50 people, and then the third year, a simulation of 100 people. And then here we are today at the ISAGA conference discussing it. So the idea was not something that happened overnight. It took many years and lots of thinking and reflecting. Some of the most important parts of it I discovered really in terms of using moulage, which is essentially makeup that represents traumatic injuries, and props to sort of remind people that they are in role and they were there to do a particular job, is that less is more. Sometimes students turned up with quite elaborate moulage and makeup, and it sometimes took away from it. It was a little bit too dramatic, so we learnt from that experience. And also the fidelity for paramedics, making sure that they were in a uniform of sorts, that they felt that they acted in the role. And you'll see their tabards, they're very high-vis, yellow and orange, demarking who is in control and who are the people who are beneath them. The students that were in the first year, they were actually the patients. They had very little clinical knowledge. They hadn't been out on clinical placement, but they were given a very brief card with information on what their age was and what their injuries were, and their job was to go and research that and find out about it, and then produce some props and some ideas behind it. We then had some moulage specialists come in and add to that layer. The paramedics themselves, they use radios, which were supplied by New South Wales Ambulance, and helmets on their head, and tabards or high-vis vests, sometimes they're called. And they also had their university uniform on which they would do clinical placement in. The mass casualty trauma essentially is a really fast way of trying to decide who is very ill and who is not ill, and acting on those people who are very ill very quickly. The people who are called red patients are usually immobile. They're not walking, they're not moving around. They usually have life-threatening injuries. They couldn't walk even if it was required, whereas orange patients were immobile, but probably not life-threatening. They might have had a fracture to a limb or a burn. And then the green patients were often walking wounded. And they were very emotional and extremely distracting. And that was their aim. That is what happens in real life, and that was their aim in the simulation. The patients that were determined to be white, they were deceased, and they were literally had a tag on them saying so. And it was interesting watching the students work around those patients who were deceased. I also played a role which was termed in a kind way, Dr. Death, where students who paramedics who had not determined and made actions on patients' needs clinically, and the length of time would pass, and I would go along and put a white tag on them, and that caused an effect on those paramedics and how they felt about their work, and you can read that in the paper as well. So there's definitely some realism in terms of some consequence if they didn't do certain clinical actions by a certain time frame. We recorded the chaos via GoPro cameras, which were mounted on the students' helmets. And that was interesting because it gave us some good live footage of different people talking, having conversations, and a real bird's eye view of it. And moving through the simulation and getting the understanding and pace of it, and the severity of the noise. I think we might show the video now, if that's okay, if you can start that off.
I'm sorry, Pip, I haven't got it down. Have you got
okay. Yep. I'm having trouble sharing it with my screen. Hang on a second.
Yeah, you'll have to stop and change. I'm really sorry. My mistake.
No, it's not going to view, El.
It won't.
Oh.
There it is.
Maybe. Let's try it. Sorry about that. No.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, but it's off the screen. Can you see that?
Yeah, no, we can see it. Play what you can.
Okay.
Is there any audio in this video?
Yes, there is, but it's not showing up.
It's not playing. Is that right, El?
There is some voices coming up from behind. It must be the video.
Okay. I don't know what else I can do.
You need to share your sound also. Share audio. In Zoom, you have option share your audio.
When you share your screen, at that time there is a small box at the bottom. You need to check it, mark it. Then the audio of the video will come.
Can you see that?
Click on share screen, and at that time at the bottom there is a option for share computer sound.
Share sound?
Yeah, that's
yes.
it.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Sorry.
Let's try again.
Now you can play it.
Let's try again.
Go from there.
Okay. Is that working? No.
No, it's okay. Just show the audio so that the people can see how the students were working around the space. So what you've got here is a student who's doing what they call taking a case history, having a look at noting down what the injuries are. The student in red is directing the activity so that he's able to say which patients are to go to which hospital. And because the simulation had direct connections with New South Wales Ambulance and also with the hospitals, the students were able to get the impression that they were actually sending patients to real hospitals, and therefore, as Pip said, when she played Dr. Death and said they hadn't done that case and assignment in time, then the students were very much aware that they had failed in a really key issue. When you're trying to deal with a lot of patients in this kind of environment, you have to do your case and assignments very quickly.
We also included a patient who was pregnant and actually gave birth in the middle of the incident. And the idea of that was to, make them have a really memorable experience that medical issues will happen in the middle of an experience, such as someone giving birth or having a cardiac chest issue or an asthma attack, and that it wasn't just all the focus of trauma, and in fact, other issues that they had, that the patients had would and could likely rise in the middle of a big trauma situation.
So one of the things that was really important for the students was to learn what it meant to maneuver students through very small spaces. And Rupali, are we on time or over time?
Yes, ma'am, you are on time. And,
okay. So, my apologies for the glitch. That was entirely my mistake. Any questions, please? I think you should give them to Pip. This has been a passion of her life to do this. So do you have questions if we have time?
Yeah, I just had one question, Rupali.
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, these patients whom you were using in this trauma learning, they were also students from the same.
They were first year students in the same degree, and they were about 5 or 6 weeks into their degree of their first year and their first semester. So they didn't have a great deal of knowledge, but it gave them a really unique perspective to be the patient. And then the following year, when it was their turn to be the paramedic, they took that knowledge and learning with them into being the paramedic and being in the hot seat of the simulation. So
I was just only wondering whether the simulated patients can really create that real scene.
Oh, absolutely.
Which you encounter in the hospital.
In terms of clinical assessments of the patient and blood pressure and heart rate and things like that, no. But that is not what we're teaching. We're teaching them to deal with the chaos and the noise and the franticness and use communication skills and decision making, using radios and having to work in a very large team in a really short amount of time without a great deal of resources. So the idea was to give them an experience of being under enormous pressure that they wouldn't ever get the opportunity to do until they got to the incident. And in fact, the paper refers to a student of mine who works in the UK, and she was actually at the London bombing.
Oh, thank you.
So she reflects on that experience from the training.
Yeah, Rupali, we can take a couple of other questions if we have.
Sure, sir, sure.
I would like to add to that.
Yes.
I have a huge trust in participants playing the part really well, even when they do not know a great deal. We are all actors, and if we're given a very small piece of information and allowed to put our heart into it, we will do magnificent jobs. Not particularly in front of audiences, but in conditions like this, in simulations where we have to be somebody and we know other people are relying on us to be that, we'll do it beautifully. And PIP students certainly.
Yeah, you need to be a very perfect actor for simulating, particularly the patients.
No, you don't. See, what PIP is not doing is all the medical things. They were not the ones that were being assessed. What was being assessed and taught was what the environment is like, the noise, the movement, the injuries, how to respond to that, how to make decisions quickly with that. So all the patients had to do was make lots of noise or lie there groaning.
Okay.
And so on. So,
so that they could do.
Yes, and that they could do beautifully. Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, maybe we can move on to the next person, Rupali.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Elizabeth, ma'am, Elizabeth, ma'am, and Pip Lyndon James, ma'am, all the nice presentation. Moving on to the next presentation, ID number is 148. Title is An Auction Game for Railway Capacity Allocation. And the authors are Bill Rangas, Hans Delberg, Emmanuel Brauman, Frederick Lundstrom, Sebastian Major. I invite presenter to please share their screen.
Can you hear me well?
Yes.
And you can see my presentation?
Yes, it's visible.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, so the work that I'm presenting today is about designing an auction game for railway capacity allocation. So I will start with an introduction and talk a bit about market deregulation in railways and what's the aim of the study. Then I will move on the design and how we design the auction model, how we try to price the slots, and how we build the first prototype. Then I will talk about and I will show the implementation and talk more about the future work. So market deregulation, what is it? So market deregulation happens usually in railways, in the energy sector, in telecommunication, and it's where the previously usually governmental big company that owned the infrastructure and operated the infrastructure separates in order to foster competition, and then you have usually one company that is the owner and one or more companies that operate the infrastructure. In the railways, that means that there is an owner of the infrastructure and there are one or more operators that operate the trains in this infrastructure. So the two main variations when it comes to market deregulation in the railways is who owns the infrastructure. Is it a privately owned company whose sole purpose is to have profit, it's just monetary? Or is it public? Is it a public company which, of course, needs to make a profit, but there are other aspects that takes into account, like social welfare and the social well-being of the people that use the railways. So the market deregulation has given many benefits, but also some challenges have arisen. And the main one, and the one that we work currently, is the conflicts that arise between the different operators' capacity requests, especially in very busy corridors and in peak hours. So what this means is that too many companies want to operate in the very popular corridors. So in this case, how do we price the slots? How can we optimize it so there can be competition? So we propose an auction model embedded within a game for pricing slots in the railways that we believe that can hinder monopolistic practices, so we can have more operators working. It can foster competition and promote the societal welfare. So the auction model, we design an auction model that is round-based with theoretically endless number of rounds. What's in game theory is called a repeated game with incomplete information. Each game has a different scenario, so you can have different departure station, arrival station, and so on. The only input from the players is the number of slots, so they ask for a specific number of slots, and then we calculate the revenues and the cost based on different functions. So the revenues are straightforward. It's usually a function of some different parameters that is usually easy to calculate. The difficult part is mostly on the cost and how to determine the cost of the slots. So we decided to go with a model that take a slot and then increases its price depending on how many slots are asked. And that, of course, applies equally to all operators. And on that model, there are two variations. That the first one is that all operators are punished equally. So if 10 slots are asked, then each operator will pay per slot the same amount of money, regardless how many they ask. It has its risks, this option, so we decided to also look for a second option, that the operation that is the highest bidder pays a penalty, and the operator that has asked the future gets a discount. So this gives incentives to smaller companies to compete and to participate, even if they win one slot, which can prevent the highest bidder from getting a monopoly within a specific corridor. So theoretically the game can go on indefinitely. So we decided to put two ending options, and the one is to run a game with fixed number of rounds, so end the game after X amount of rounds, which gives us the advantage that we know when the game ends, so the game sessions can be put into an exact time frame and program about them. The disadvantage is that player can actually game the game. We saw that they knew when was the last round, so they waited on this until the last round. So they played some sort of a strategic strategy to game the game. And so the second option was to end the game when there is no change in the number of slots asked by the operators for 2 consecutive rounds. That actually forced players to act and not wait. But in some cases, well, it's always unpredictable. In some cases, the game might go on for quite some time. So we built the first prototype in a spreadsheet. So on the right, there are the fixed variables. And on the left, and on column B, it's the characteristics of the game. So the player can only change the first cell, so B2, and then the other ones are adjusted accordingly. So here the player can get the different cost and revenues and eventually the profits, and also how much an additional or one less slot would cost them. So from this prototype, we've moved to a web-based game. So we used web development on a browser, and we built this interface, which has 4 parts. So the one is on the upper right where there's a timer. So we decided to use a timer so players won't stay much time, and we know exactly how to time the game sessions. And we actually found this pretty useful because they would just go to endless conversation. On the center of the screen and left is the characteristics of the auction, like also in the prototype. On the right is the characteristics of the company that the player represents. And on the bottom is the move, so they can add or remove one slot, and then they get an updated the updated numbers on the left, and then they can submit their final decision to move to the next round. We ran some sessions, and now we are in the process of validating the game in 2 ways. The one we want to validate the auction model using purely analytical methods, but also test it with experts, as we're already doing in the field of railways, thus being able to capture their tacit knowledge, which will enable us to fine-tune both the auction model and the interaction of the players with the gaming interface. Our final aim, of course, is to be able to have the game be played by representative of railway companies and learn about the new auction model that the Swedish Railways want to use. That was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now I request panel members and participants to please ask questions if they have.
I think playing the game repeatedly makes humans understand the value of ethics and fair play. I've seen this repeated play also in games like Prisoners Dilemma, and I've heard that works also in games like Fish Banks, where people forget their selfishness and then decide that I think we should be more realistic. So the repeated play that you mentioned in your game, I think is important. It suggests that it may be a way to help people understand, maybe discipline people, make them behave formally within a society.
Okay, is there any other question?
Yeah, I just had one question for
Sure,
Dr. Bill. Dr. Bill, have you played this game with some railway representatives already? Did you do this game?
Yeah, we already had 2 sessions. Yes.
Okay, so how was the response?
Well, in the first session, it's actually what made us add the timer. They wouldn't decide, so they would go on and on. So the first one taught us that we need to put some time because they will never end discussing more about it. And I think the second one was much more fruitful. Do you want something specific? What?
Okay, the same players were playing the second round, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Before you, can we call the next person, Dr. Rupali?
Yes, sir.
Before that, may I just request Dr. Vinod Damlekar to adjust your camera? You are half visible.
Sorry.
Okay, now it's fine. Yeah, yes, Rupali.
Yes, sir. So thank you, everyone. Moving on to the next presentation. Next paper ID is 154 and topic is on shattering the magic circle, the use of games as tools for public policy. And the authors are Mr. Bharat M. Paliwali and Shruti Krishnan. I request them to please share the screen.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. I'm Bharat, and I have Shruti, my colleague and co-author for this paper with me. And just a quick caveat, like many of the other presenters have already discussed, 8 minutes is too short a time to go into all the details. So we'll try and present as much as possible, but please feel free to reach out if you'd like to discuss this more. Just a quick background. We are primarily a nonprofit research organization creating tools to improve public policy. Some of these tools happen to be gaming simulations. And to set the context, my first interaction with ISAGA was, I think, in 2009-10. And subsequently, in every ISAGA event, there is always a reference to the magic circle. So I thought it would be nice that this year we do that representation of the magic circle at the conference. And one of the challenges with, I think Malay already talked and referred to the magic circle in some sense. So I'll jump right into it. One of the challenges that we have is that conceptually, how different people talk about the magic circle, interpret it, or even define it varies, right from Huizinga all the way to the 2004 much discussed and much critiqued and much unpacked definition by Zimmerman and Salem. But the funny thing, though, is that while all of these usages stem from ludic theory and other fields as well, the funny thing, though, is in the simulation and gaming world, we seem to have appropriated that use as well. Without asking a few questions, is that when we use that in the simulation and gaming world, when we talk about the magic circle, is the definition of the magic circle something that is being used to explain certain phenomena? Is it something that is consistent and observable, right? When we talk about, especially some of the discussions, for example, in the disaster management context that was presented earlier, the validity of certain actions becomes very critical if you want to use it as a training tool. So in that context, the so-called scientific nature of the model becomes important, right? So in that context, how much does the magic circle play a role? Or this particular definition of magic circle, how does that play a role? Are some questions that are never discussed. And the second piece that often gets left out, sorry, I'm just looking at the timer as well. The second piece that often gets left out is the implications for us in gaming simulations. Is when we use them in gaming simulations, because the participants are interacting with the model of to whatever extent, to whatever fidelity of the real world in the game world, is there a clear distinction of the inside and the outside as the Magic Circle refers to? And how do the players step into the so-called game world or the circle? Or do they bring their own experiences? And if they do, how does that happen? What is the negotiation in that context? The biggest thing that we also need to consider is, especially in the context, for example, in the railway context that the previous presentation talked about, when you have people coming from the same context, how do they negotiate this boundary? Will they behave with each other in the same manner that they behaved earlier, or will they not? And is the model designed to influence one kind of behavior versus another kind of behavior is another question to ask. Because often the challenge with using such tools is that people don't understand that there is a difference between the objective of the game as a tool and the objective in the game that the participants or the players work towards. So therefore, how you design these interactions makes a very takes up a very important piece in the design puzzle itself. As I mentioned earlier, are we using the Magic Circle to explain certain kinds of player behavior versus using it as a principle for creating the model in the game? They're two different approaches. Over the last decade or so, at least, different presentations in ISAGA, I have seen both approaches. And this is true in the game studies world as well, where people use them in both contexts. The interesting thing for us to unpack is whether there is a dichotomy in the manner in which we define Magic Circle itself and how we wish to use that. On that note, we will quickly jump into a few examples of our games before I present observations with respect to Magic Circle itself. Shruti, would you please continue?
Sure. Thanks, Bharat. And I think when Malay said that serious games are like, broccoli covered in chocolate, I wanted to raise my hand and say, no, come play Fields of View games, and we can assure you that that's really not the case. So very quickly, the games under consideration to, almost test this idea of Magic Circle in relation to gaming simulations about what real life play does, right? So this game is Rubbish. It's a trilingual board game in English, Kannada, and Tamil. Kasukasa, Kasukuppai. And here you see people who actually work in the waste sector play the game Rubbish, which is on waste management, right? So they're playing their own role in the game, though the game is actually designed for people who produce waste. So the questions we were actually also asking in the paper are, what happens when people play the role that they play in real life in the game, right? What kind of considerations go into decision making, whether they step into reality, step outside of it, and how do they negotiate that in the game's environment? Right? Quickly, can you go to the next game, Bharat? Yeah. This is another game, Transport Trilemma, which is, I think, somewhat similar to the paper presented earlier, which is about a planning game for public transport in an Indian city. And here the different kinds of variables people interact with. One is the needs of different commuters, and the other is what kind of profits are made in the transport company. And here we have played the game both with civil society actors who want to actually reduce fares, as well as the government actors whose whole goal is to make sure that the public transport company is running. Again, similar dilemmas with respect to the Magic Circle. Can you move on to the next one? Yes, and this is Kattikate, which becomes a very interesting counterpoint to the other two examples, which is basically because Kattikate is a game of stories, right? So this game is about collecting stories of people's experiences in the city. So it's also could be used as, something like an oral history mechanism. And in Kattikate, people bring their own lived experiences into actually the game, right? So they talk about stories of the city, what their experiences are, and they collect these tokens. So the game is just almost like a mechanic for people to talk about their own life itself. So then again, the question becomes, what happens when the elements of play are introduced when people talk about stories from their lives. And just to again reiterate what Bharat said, this is over a decade's worth of work. So we'll be very happy if people are interested in these games to understand them better, because even it's kind of troubling to run through them so fast. Give the next one, Bharat. And finally, Made to Order. It's a game on caste, class, and gender. I think we have only around 20 seconds of the 8 minutes left.
Okay, so very quickly to jump into some observations. When we talk about the role that they play in the game, is it similar to the role in the real world? How does that have an impact with respect to the negotiation of the boundary? We've noticed that, for example, in Rubbish, where the model fidelity is fairly high, we've noticed that people actively abandon individual objectives because they want to experiment with different strategies that they're not able to experiment in the real world. Whereas in Transport Trilemma, that does not happen at all. Though the model fidelity is actually, very quickly to wrap up, I think we have only a minute left. The model is even higher fidelity than Rubbish in that sense. So model fidelity does play a role with respect to how much the players are able to think of this magic circle, or the definitions with respect to this magic circle. Whereas with Cut to Kate and with Made to Order, it's a substantially different experience that you see because players bring in their own real world experiences, even when the role is similar. Similarly, when the role is different, you also see a very different approach that players take. And this can also be observed when we look at understanding of the underlying model, that is subject matter expertise by the players or the participants as well. When it's high and when it's low, how do they deal with it? Do they make a distinction between the so-called game world and the real world? And you also see that it is while it is related to model fidelity, there is also a difference that happens because in this context, their underlying understanding of the model might be very low. So they respond very differently in this context. And with respect to, just to wrap up the idea of underlying assumptions, when we look at player behavior and when we look at objectives of the session, whether it is for data collection, whether it is for learning and training, or whether it is for testing scenarios, one of the things that we have seen is, again, as I mentioned, the notion that it's a fixed line, it's not dynamic, that there is a clear inside and outside, shatters immediately. And this also has implications in how we facilitate these game sessions, because without that kind of facilitation, because the idea that it is within the game world and therefore facilitation can happen in a certain manner is broken down again. So on that very quick note, I shall stop because I think there were some references that were shared in the in the chat as well. Those are some of the references we use as well when we were looking at this piece and studying the idea of magic circle by using our own public policy games. On that note, I shall very quickly stop.
Thank you for the nice presentation.
Yeah.
Questions, please. Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, it was a nice presentation. I just had one question about this Cut to Kate which you presented. How is it related to how is it related to public policies?
Yeah. So Cut to Kate is. Oh, sorry, Shruti, were you going to say something?
No, it's basically to say about the lived experience of it all. Like for example, we played the game with people who are domestic workers in Bangalore. So to understand their lived experience about, job security, safety in the city, what kind of food do they access, when do they access it? Because this becomes really crucial information for public policy modeling. So if policy is made from a perspective of one size fits all, whereas there are different experiences of how that policy gets experienced. So this actually helps as a data collection device for us.
And it is also traditionally challenges what is, there is a supremacy of data and methods when it comes to public policy, right? Quantitative is a gold standard. It's the king of data for public policy. But something like this, when you throw up information about lived experiences, about how a migrant worker has to fend for themselves, especially, for example, during the COVID lockdown times, that changes how you can also use that information in the context of designing new programs and schemes.
Yeah, I would like to participate in one of those things. You hold it in Bangalore, so I'll come down sometime whenever your program is there.
Absolutely, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Wonderful. You're welcome.
And all of you, if you're in Bangalore, you're welcome to Fields of View's house. You can play the games. We can have conversations over chai. So welcome, all of you.
Okay. Any other question, Rupali?
Is there any other question from panel members, please? I think, sir, there is no question.
Okay, then we can go to the next speaker. And it was very interesting, Dr. Bharat and Dr. Shruti. We will be in touch with you. We wish to know more about this. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bharat sir. Thank you, Shruti ma'am. So next paper is paper ID number 118, and title is Unpacking and Disclosing the Reasoning Behind a Structured Instruction Improves Team Performance. And the author is Miko Nakamura. Over to you, ma'am.
All right. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will talk about under the group of learner behavior. My main interest, facilitation and debriefing. The research I will talk about today may be categorized as debriefing before the game run, in the words of Tyagi. How can I go the other? Oh, okay. So let me start from summarizing. Previous studies showed that informative questions improved the estimation of the final profit, but not the actual final profit. So in this research, I added a question. One additional question brought a big change in a team. It resulted in an attitude of seriousness to the team, deepened their level of understanding, and made their predictions reasonable, and improved their team's final profit on average. However, there are other possible causes, so further research may be required. Okay, introduction. When participants work as a team for performing tasks, team planning tends to be optimistically biased. But unpacking is expected to reduce optimistic bias. I'll explain unpacking later. So this study examines the effect of structured instructions in the form of questions would improve the level of understanding and the outcome profits. I want to make this small. I don't know how. Okay. Unpacking. What is unpacking? It's what is planning fallacy? Planning fallacy is to underestimate a task's duration. For example, if I think some work will take, let's say, 1 week, in the reality, it will take a few more weeks. So it happens. So unpacking a task is to consider each of the subcomponents of the task, and it's effective in reducing underestimation. There is another aspect for the team planning. People feel obligated to reach a consensus when they make decisions as a group. Unpacking a task is to consider it, if we can give instructional interventions, which will contribute to structuring group discussion and reaching better decision making. So in this research, I add one question to make the instruction more instructional. Purpose of this research is how a structured instruction affects team performance. So as a method, I chose a game named OPT scheduling game that simulates a mechanism of optimized production technology. Participants work in teams of 10, and the goal is to make as high of a profit as possible by producing airplanes with plain A4 paper. Individual members have different tasks. So starting from plain A4 paper, the first person draw lines, second person cut it into 3 pieces, and using one of them, the third person fold wings, fourth person write on the wings. In parallel, fifth person fold the fuselages, and the sixth person write on the fuselages. That's a long name, so it will time consuming. It's the most time consuming task. So it's called the bottleneck. And the seventh person combine wings with fuselages, and the completed shape of airplane is carried to warehouse. And the rest of the members, maybe 2 or 3 members, will be in charge of transport materials. And this is the picture of loom. And you see the resources in this end of the room. And the first person draw lines is the other end of the room. So the carrier, the transporter has to move around. All the other tasks has to sit down, and they cannot move around in the room. So it's quite chaotic. 6 teams join the session all together at the same time. So the left-hand side is a cost, and the right-hand side is a profits. Initial cost is 200,000 yen, and the profit airplane produce 20,000 yen. So to cover the initial cost, at least 10 airplanes must be produced. And the number of participants who joined this session is in 2019, about 100, and 2020, more than 100. So I had 11 teams for the 2019 and 12 teams in 2020. And the session 1 is for preparation and rehearsal. Session 2 is for game run and debriefing. Before and after the game run, participants answer the questions. What kind of questions? Before the game run, the initial cost and the minimum number of airplanes to cover the initial cost. That's basic understanding is checked. And the third question was, which was the hardest task? And the fourth one is estimation of the net profit gain as a team. And the fifth question that's only asked in, it's asked only in 2020. And the question was, how did you calculate the net profit gain? After the game run, among 12 questions, only 4 answers were analyzed in this research. Hypothesis is here. An additional question would help participants understand the main meaning of information, promote the depth of understanding, activate serious discussion, and increase team performance. Here's the result. As you see, the blue one, 2020 participants understand the situation more deeply. And the next one is the bottom shows the team's final profit. In 2020, blue, it's positive, and the orange one, it's 2019, it's negative on average. The estimation, the amount is closer to the final profit in 2020 more than in 2019. So basically, the hypothesis was supported. After the game run, the level of understanding and the level of satisfaction is higher in 2020 than in 2019. So it's also support the hypothesis. Discussion, question about disclosing the reasoning behind. That's an additional question in 2020, seemed to help structure the group discussion. So in 2019, participants had a sort of casual discussion, but it turn into serious discussion in 2020, thanks to the additional question. However, there is a drastic change in 2020 because of COVID-19. Many things has to be changed. So, as a conclusion, further research would need to focus on the effect of the additional question only. But at the moment, I would say an additional question seemed to spark a serious conversation, and it worked. Thank you very much. And any feedback will be appreciated.
Thank you, Miku. Questions, please, from participants and panel members.
Me ago, what kind of the presentation went really fast and I tried to focus, but I was also thinking, I think your research is very important. And the question asked, so you added an extra question also in the debriefing on the goal of the game. Or did I misunderstand?
Before the game run, I asked question, and then after the game run, I asked question. So what's the question? I don't understand what.
Yeah. So you added questions before the game run to bring more focus on the game to have a better result. Yeah.
Yes.
And what kind of question did you add at the end of the game?
The end of the game. Oh. After the game, I asked about how much they understand the process of producing the airplane and how well they did understand the team plan. And are you satisfied with the result? That kind of question I asked after the run.
Yeah, okay. So you pre-structured their discussion?
Yes.
Yes, and that aided in a better result.
Okay, yes. And because I had a feeling that my students had a difficulty to have a serious discussion before the game run. They have time and then they know what to do, but it's difficult. They have some barrier to go into the deep discussion. So to switch the channel on, I am struggling. I'm still struggling. How can I activate the discussion among students? They are maybe too shy, or I don't know. They maybe the pressure. So somehow additional question seems to work in this case. Thank you for your question. It's very nice.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add, I loved you when you said, I had a feeling. And at a time, it would be really interesting for you to unpack what was the intuitive information that you were receiving that gave you that feeling that led you to ask that question. Because what you've just done for me is illustrate a highly expert facilitator of simulations. The feeling will have been based on evidence that's been taken in, but that you can't necessarily name. So my question was, what prompted you to ask that particular question at the beginning? Because that's the question that I think is the really important one. Something there prompted you to ask that very specific question. And I don't want to ask, I've asked it, but for you to think about, because of all the questions you could have asked, that seems to have been the perfect one. So it would be really interesting for you to unpack why it was such a good question, but not now, but to think about. I just loved it. I was wondering, what question was she going to ask? It was beautiful. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Quickly moving on to the last presentation of paper is paper ID 152, on the topic development of the player satisfaction scale, a factor analytics study, and the authors are Vinod Damlikar, Jigyasu Dubey, and Upinder Dhar. I request a presenter to please share their screen. Over to you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, Vinod will be making the presentation. Vinod, please go ahead.
Yes, yes, yes. Just a moment. Is this okay?
Yes, it's visible.
Hello. Okay, I'm just moving a page below. I don't know whether it's going to work or not.
Yes,
Okay,
it's
fine.
moving. Yes, it's working.
Okay, I can't expand it to, but I'll try. It might work. Oh, it does. We play games, we make games, we research games, we look at games from every side. We study games across years and people and objectives and technologies and so on. But often we fail to ask, is the player satisfied with whatever we give him? So therefore, we decided, that is my fellow researchers, Dr. Upinder Dhar and Dr. Jigyasu Dubey and I. So why not we find out why a player is satisfied with the game that he has played? So we set out by making the initial literature review. We found lots of hints and past practices, research findings, and so on. We found in the later years, the more online games, the techno games, etc., were more research than the older games. We also found that the more public games that we have, the cricket and the badminton and chess, etc., have not probably been researched. We didn't find any evidence to that fact. But we didn't find reason as to why we need to look at player satisfaction deeply. It at least affects two kinds of stakeholders. One is the game designer, the game player, the game designer, the game developer, and the facilitator. He needs to know why, because he needs to get to know why the player is satisfied with the experience or the product or whatever. Because if that is so, if a player is satisfied, he tends to be happy and he comes to play the game again. For example, you saw on game day one, you heard Tyagi say that he gets up in the morning and plays Scrabble or Sudoku, etc. almost every day. He's happy with it. We get to watch cricket or play chess, etc. because we're happy with it or we're satisfied. We don't go back to games if we're not happy. So it's important that game developers, game designers know why players of a game are happy. The second set of stakeholders is the game manufacturers. If there's a game that satisfies a player, when the player recommends the game to others, so therefore there is a commercial business reason to find out what makes a player satisfied and to find out how we can make games where players play and say, this is wonderful, and recommend it to others and also play the game repeatedly. I have for you with various definitions. We have combined it from the literature review. I have left it here for you to read. I hope I don't have to read this. So I'm going to the next page. Here we looked at what we could understand from the study. We wanted to very clearly develop a scale of player satisfaction. The scale meant a set of instruments, a set of questions comprising an instrument that will be valid for use for other games as well, to find out whether and to what extent they have become satisfied with their games that they've played. The second one would be to extract the factors of the elements of player satisfaction. the factors, if they were to come together, you would understand that the blend of that would explain the concept of player satisfaction. A third, of course, we wanted to find effect of gender and category in terms of age and all, which is minor. We created a survey instrument of about 30, 40 items, and we reduced it and all that. At this stage, I will leave it to Dr. Dubey, because he did the rest of it, collecting data and all that. After he tells us how he's done that, I'll take over by describing the other processing the data. Go ahead, Dr. Dubey, it's all yours.
Thank you, sir. We have developed our instrument on Google Forms, and this instrument was mailed in May-June 2021 to 1,550 students and others. Specifically, this person belongs to the different engineering and management institutes in India, including employees and students, both. And we have received responses from 658 people, and 607 were found valid responses, out of which 71% are male and 92% are the students. And average age of respondent is 19.28 years. The instrument has 30 statements representing feeling of player satisfaction as experience at the end of game in 5-point Likert format, and internal consistency R is 0.90.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yes.
I'll take it. Now, from this, we processed the data. That is, we eliminated 51 records which were duplicates, unfilled or partially filled records, and so on. We came out with 607, we reduced. 92% students, that meant 8% who are not students, who are teachers at the university, of average age 35. In fact, that gap of 19.28 and 35 years gave us an inkling of learning, which we'll explain to you a little later. To support our findings, we also interviewed about 5% of the sample. Dr. Dhar, would you like to continue here, please?
Yeah, we went in for this exploratory factor analysis, not confirmatory, because here we didn't find many factors available in the literature. That's why we have gone for the exploratory factor analysis. The player satisfaction factors which we could identify were pleasant memories, one, second, excitement, third, team victory, and learning experience. In other words, 4 factors were identified. Each factor had an eigenvalue more than 1. So they were identified as factors. They were recognized as factors because eigenvalue was more than 1. The extraction explained the variance of 54.25%. KMO measure of sampling adequacy equivalent to 0.96 and Cronbach alpha equivalent to 0.95. Yeah, Vinod, can go ahead.
Sir, I'll just explain a little more about this.
Okay.
And then I'll give you the last page as well. This meant that a satisfied player would be able to look back upon his experience very pleasantly. That means you'd say, hey, that was great. Similarly, you'll be excited with the experience, you talk about it, and of course, that would be reason for him to go back and play the game again and to tell everybody about it. Third factor was team victory, which we also we expanded that meaning to understand it was a social achievement. That means if you played together with other people and won or achieved or accomplished something together, you recognized it and valued it more than had you played or achieved something alone. Now, this was something that we did not expect. And lastly, of course, the fact that there was a learning experience, whether you liked it or not. Therefore, if you were to say that I was very satisfied with that game that I played, it means you are talking, you are remembering it with a little smile on your face. You were excited about a few events over there. You probably did this along with other people. Of course, this probably eliminates Sudoku and to other alone games. And of course, you are very clearly able to tell everybody what you learned. I mean, this is all putting it all in English. So this last page is for you.
No, just can you go back, Vinod?
Yeah.
Your slide. Yeah. See, here it is very important to know that pleasant memories make an impact. If we go back to what Sigmund Freud once said, is that man is the pleasure-seeking animal. So pleasure does matter. So here in the case of player satisfaction, we have found that pleasant memories do play a significant role so far as player satisfaction is concerned. Number one. Number two, yes, excitement is another factor that plays a role so far as satisfaction is concerned. You see, the learning, and we have been talking about learning, and learning it highlights that learning experience is very important so far as satisfaction is concerned. If there is no learning experience, satisfaction will be less. So learning has a very, very important role so far as games are concerned. We do sometimes say, and not only sometimes, we do say games should be for fun. That element is there, but then that doesn't mean without learning. So on one hand, fun is important. Here we can see that, well, when there is victory, there is fun. But then at the same time, learning experience should also be there. And all these four factors together contribute to player satisfaction. This is what we have found. Yeah, Vinod, you can go ahead.
So this is also for you.
Yeah, game designers and developers must embed the four factors as necessary elements into their games and products. This is the implication of this work. See, we have done this work, so what? How does it help anybody? It does by helping the developers. They can keep these factors in view. Similarly, future research must use measures such as the number of times or hours of play as objective and reliable indicators instead of self-report. See, here we have not taken these variables into consideration. So there is scope for further research. Serious game developers should include memorable elements of competition, recognition, stories, problems, and interactions in the games to enhance the player's excitement and satisfaction. So with this work, we see it as a beginning because we have not found many studies on player satisfaction in the literature. Therefore, we see it as a beginning, and lot can be contributed, lot of work can follow this research, this piece of research. So these are the implications, and we also recommend that we can take these variables into consideration while designing our studies. Yes, Vinod.
Yes, sir. So there are many designers and developers and facilitators here. Our last word. I think it's important to ask your player, are you satisfied? And probably if you can look at and examine your player satisfaction in terms of the pleasant memories, excitement, team victory, and learning experience as factors, you probably will have an answer as to why that satisfaction has happened. Which means designers, developers, and facilitators have a responsibility to build these factors or whatever represents factors into the product and the playing experience. Thank you. Questions, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the nice presentation. Inviting questions from the audience.
I just had one question, Dr. Vinod. When we conducted this survey, there was, you just found the player satisfaction, but not for any particular game or anything.
Yes, sir. I think when we said game, it broadly meant a generic game. There are several kinds of games which have different levels of intensity and perhaps a personal connection. I mean, there are few, I don't say a few, I say very few people who may like Scrabble or Sudoku. There are others who like chess. I think in one of our, we have not shown it here in the last page, but we have suggested that we also need to build similar indicators for games like cricket, chess, or badminton, etc., so that everybody can know what are the features that that particular game offers. I mean, somebody who watches or plays cricket, maybe he does not do anything much for the learning experience. Maybe it brings in something called competitive experience. Maybe learning experience will be very high with respect to Scrabble. There's no team victory over there. So team victory will be zero. Team victory will be zero when you play Sudoku, for instance. So I think these factors were different for different games. And I think there's a lot of opportunity, both for learning for the researcher, as well as for the game developer, to understand what makes the player satisfied with the game. Imagine, why is football satisfying or exciting? Why do people watch it or play it? I think anybody who's a researcher should be keen to find out this. And then you can extend this to any other product or experience as well. A manufacturer should be keen to understand why should a customer buy his product. For the satisfaction experience, of course.
I just wanted to know whether your respondents knew that to which game they are responding.
We did collection. We did take a list of games that they played.
Okay, you took that.
Including, yes, we did take, and in the paper that you've written, you named the games that they played mostly. And we're taking it under 5 categories: indoor games, outdoor games, online games, and a couple of others. I don't want to know what. The last one was others.
That's what I was just thinking.
You have a number of youngsters.
See, the question is very pertinent, and there is scope for further research. Game-specific player satisfaction can be studied.
Yes,
you see, here, one point again I want to make regarding, say team victory. It in a way takes us back to Gestalt model. In Gestalt theory, we talk about aha experience. So aha experience is important when we talk about team victory here. So on one hand, Freud's man is a pleasure-seeking animal, so pleasant memories are important. On the other hand, at the same time, team victory takes us back to aha experience given in the Gestalt model. Yes, Professor Prasad.
Every one of these factors can be studied deeper just to find out what more can we do. If you can look at the typical lecture in a classroom, is it possible to make the experience more satisfying by relying on these 4 elements? Can students be brought together to attack a problem that would probably come up with a team victory? Can we make it more exciting with some kind of gamification? Can we enhance the pleasant memories with storification? Therefore, all of these are connected to each other. There were a lot of overlaps with respect to the correlations also. Therefore, they will automatically enhance the learning experience. And this one is for the lecturers and teachers and faculty members. Most of us are teachers here.
Yeah, we got it. We got it. We are the lecturers.
So I too am a retired lecturer to some extent. Yes, sir.
Okay, I think Rupali, any other questions?
No, sir. So
thank you.
All presentations are over. Now I would like to invite Chairperson Dr. K.N. Guru Prasad sir for the concluding remarks.
Thank you, Rupali. I had a wonderful learning experience by coming to this session, coming to this technical session. It started with the paper by Malay Damlia on the pleasure in games. And there were some very good statements in this presentation, something like fun needs prohibition. Now, we always thought the other way around. In India, where there is prohibition, there is no fun. Now, this is in relation to the simulation games, that how to develop, and it gives a very different perspective for the simulation games. Similarly, we had a very interesting paper on Tramalani from Australia, and then on the railway capacity and the auctioning, then the game of stories by Dr. Bharat and Dr. Shruti. It was certainly very interesting, and we will certainly like to participate in particularly Katukate, the stories, the influence of individual stories on public policies, which they have developed, seems to be very interesting, at least to me. Then we had the paper on structured informations, and then lastly on the player satisfaction. Whenever I see this simulation and gaming, when we say gaming, game has many dimensions and many meanings. That in general, it is a form of play or a sport with certain rules, but it is also defined as an activity that you do for having fun. Now, when we take this activity to have fun, then there is also a distinction between serious games and games. Sometimes I will ask Dr. Vinod about what is this difference between games and serious games. Because when we say fun, then if we have a game on trauma experience, then it cannot come under that definition. So it will be an entirely different type of experience. So it will entirely depend on the theme of the game to know what the game is all about. But what is common in the games is as defined by the experts. There are 4 things which is common in all games. That is setting goals, then setting rules, then having a feedback system, and finally voluntary participation. I think irrespective of the theme, all these simulations and games have these 4 components in them, and that's what makes them very interesting. Thank you once again to the organizers for inviting me to this session. We have extended this session by a few minutes because the themes were very interesting and questions were equally interesting. Thanks to Rupali.
Thank you, sir. At the end, I would like to thank Chairperson of the session, Dr. K.N. Prasad, all respected panel members, and all the authors for presenting their research in ISAGA 2021. With this, we came to end of the session. Next session of the conference are workshops, which will start at 1:55 p.m. till 3:25 p.m. IST. And after that, I would like to invite all of you for the cultural program at 3:30. So please join the program. I'm sure you will like it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Elizabeth.
Thank you very much.
Links for the workshops and cultural program is available on isaga2021.com.
And good questions, Dr. Guru Prasad. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vinod.
Thank you.